Fuck. Apologies, everybody. I am right here. I am just fixing some things. I can't find the buttons anymore. Where's that? Ooh, that's a bit loud. That sounds a little bit more reasonable, I hope. There we go. Apologies, I once again changed a lot of settings, and as such, don't know what everything sounds like. So I'm just adjusting things right now so I can get an idea. All the buttons moved as well, so I'm kind of lost. So give me one moment, please. Oh boy. Okay. I think everything sounds good. If I am too loud, or if the game is too quiet, please let me know. But I think... yeah, the game's definitely way too quiet. Maybe? Shit. Okay. I'm gonna do double now. I think I am. That might have fixed it. No, I think that made it worse. Okay. That fix it? I'm so fucking confused right now. I'm trying to figure out why it's coming through. Why? Okay. Arknights is going through a beat. For some reason. If I go to OBS. Okay. I think that fixed everything. I'm gonna find out real quick. Give me one moment, please. I apologize. This is very unprofessional. This is what I get for changing settings in the last minute. Oh, that is really quiet. screens transitioned. I almost forgot that. Whoopsie. And that stopped the music. God damn it. Display. Where is... Oh, because this one... Okay, I see. Reference. And transition. Okay, that's better. My mic still sounds a little bit iffy, but that's different problem. That's probably also because I have my phone turned all the way up. Okay. A little bit louder. One of these master volumes. Very confused right now. I should be able to hear my mic pretty clear right now, but it's coming through real quiet. What was that? No, okay, I think I'm good. Anyway, if I don't get started now, it's just I'm not gonna make any more progress. So we're gonna call it as it is and start the stream. Phone, where phone belong? Oh. Of course, as soon as I start the stream, I get a notification that Twitch needs an update. Wow, that is loud on that end. Fucking hell. Lower the A1 volume, that's my headset. Okay, that's at a reasonable level now. Turn mic monitoring off. And now we are ready to play. Finally. Alright, so I got another 6,000 Originum. Careful. Shifting. So I got another 6,000 Originum. So we're going to try once again for... Where's my mouse pointer? God damn it. There it is. We're going to try once again to pull for Huliek. Now we gotta get her? Probably not. We've already been 56 pulls. But hey, why not try again? Shoot.
I'm Lava, a caster.
Shoot.
Here to join you simply because I'm bored and want something to do. But I heard my sworn nemesis.
Come on, get out of here. Oh, God damn it. That has to be catapult. 5-star? Melanite.
これから外勤オペレーターとして職務を全うします。私の火力があなた。こんにちは。私初めてこんな大きな移動施設に来たんで、ちょっと興奮気味で。
Okay, I swear to God.
今回はマイレンダー基金やライン生命を代表しての訪問じゃないの。単に一個人としてのホルハイヤがロドスとの関係をもっと深めたいと思ってのことなのよ。あら、手を離すつもり？自己紹介はまだ終わってないんだけど。
Oh, that was lucky pull.
こんにちは。
I don't care about the rest of you. Oh, 66 pulls and we got Huliak. I got another 6-star yesterday. You know who that other 6-star was? Ulysses. Again. Needless to say, I wasn't really bummed, but I wasn't excited either. Oh, yeah. Okay, Huliak is a core caster, which means she's a okay. She's a straightforward caster. I like that. Change her to EN. Listen to the onboard again.
I'm not here representing Maylander or Rhineland. I'm here because I, Holhayak, want some further contact with Holt's Island. Now, why are you trying to shake off my hand? I haven't finished introducing myself yet.
I'm gonna keep calling her Huliak. Because it's in my head, how it's in my head now, after pronouncing it like that for 3 weeks. But first thing first. Max.
Are we done yet?
I don't have any caster tokens. Upgrade this as far as I can for now. Yeah. And Melanite. Heavy shooter. My accuracy, point blank shot. Ooh. So you're like the other one who I can't name. Pinecone kind of, I think, right? That wasn't the first one to come to mind, but you're a heavy shooter? You're a spread shooter, so not like Pinecone, like Schwartz. That's the one I was thinking of. Okay. Well, that was a lucky pull. I don't even have to farm for her anymore. I think this is the one pull, like the one event, or a banner, that's the word. This is the one banner where I think more people were excited to get the generic 6-star, over the limited time 6-star for the banner. More people really, I'm not saying that Ulysses is bad. I'm just saying, from what I've seen on Twitter and Facebook, more people were excited for Huliak than they were for Ulysses. Anyway. Cool. EX1, I'm not there yet. TW9, I believe I am there. I believe, yeah, my mic's still going, audio input is good. I'll fix all this properly later. I didn't even look at the stage yet. Alright. So in theory, I could put a block there, which will have to cause everyone who through one of these routes, right? We'll find out. For now, let's get rid of our fighters, or brawlers, or I don't remember what they're called. I brought them along for one of the challenges, which was to defeat 20 people with meteor debris, or whatever it was called. I found fighters worked better for pushing the debris back and forth because of how fast they attack. Because the debris doesn't move based on damage output. It moves based on the number of hits it takes. And I found that fighters work better than pushers in my opinion. And maybe because my pushers aren't fully leveled. Most of my pushers are M1 or E1 with low skills. Who do I want to throw in here? Saria. Silver Dad. Shed and Scotty. Yeah. And we have an hour of dialogue. Bump. Once upon the land, there was no meaning in looking up. There was nothing worth looking up. Fuck, we're off to a good start. There was nothing worth looking at up there. Nothing worth exploring. That place was the domain of those who indulged in fantasies. Those with their heads in the clouds. But now, each and every person lifts their head, looking up at the beam of light connecting heaven and earth. Looking up at the once untouchable sky. Among the stars within the artificial constructs that appear so small before the torrent of light, brews the human ambition of this current epoch. Kristen. Sure enough, you set this plan into motion a long time ago. Everything you did for the DoD was a fancy show. It's the principle behind all this. Efficiency and stability of this high-energy confinement field. Never heard of anything like that before. If I recall correctly, you boasted that you were the foremost expert in high-energy physics when you joined Ryan. One of the foremost experts. My God. You should thank your lucky stars, sorry, that there's nobody like Kristen in your field. It's just not fair. And yet she doesn't even bother to publish these results. Hammer is currently charging. According to the Military Horizon ARC project, once the charging phase is complete, all of this energy will be focused and undergo excitation a second time to deliver powerful, wide area strikes. Sure. How much longer will it take? Kristen turned the project dossiers into scrap paper. All I can say is it won't be long now. It's our last chance to stop it. Well, it's our last chance to stop her. What are you still standing around slack-jawed for, Ferdinand? Time isn't on our side. Sorry, take a look at this densitometer here. Needle seems to be fluctuating a lot. No, I'm not talking about the needle. The wobbling is a normal phenomenon of high energy confinement fields. I'm talking about the unit of measurement. Take a guess how many times larger this unit is than one of the instruments in my lab. Energy absorbed just now is enough to power every single one of Columbia's nomadic cities for at least 6 months. And it's showing no signs of stopping. And we're now in the center of the laboratory carrying this tremendous amount of energy. Even if Nasty is a genius, she can't create a receptacle that stores energy in amounts beyond the realms of cognition. In other words, no matter what direction it ultimately focuses the energy in, once the secondary excitation begins, this lab won't be safe from the consequences, and I see it's glitching more than normal. I thought I fixed it, I guess I made it worse. Fuck. We're not even 30 minutes in yet. Her goal has never changed. Her ultimate goal is the sky, and the sky can only be contested with this amount of energy. What exactly is up there? None of my concern. All I know is this is a reckless experiment. And it's doomed to fail. Sorry, yet there's nothing stopping you from packing your bags, finding a nice hillside with a great view, and enjoying a drink while you watch this fireworks show that may well go down in the annals of Colombian history. That isn't going to happen. How about you? You were never the risk-taking type. Me? Looks like my old friends are coming. And they'll be here sooner than expected. Right, though, I'm not taking any chances. The technical manual has the location of the escape pod, and I know where it is. Not particularly interested in seeing the one who fired me, and it's not like you need my help. An opportunity to document high-energy physics phenomena of this magnitude is rare. and I don't intend to pass it up. Maybe you'll see a new paper for me in the journals next quarter. I promise it'll be era-defining. Like Kristen, I don't tie all my intellect to my personal grievances. The fact that she's co-signing all this knowledge to the grave, knowledge that could transform Terra's entire academic landscape, that's something I can't abide. Do what you need to, Saria. We don't have much time. Stay safe. Ferdinand. Been a while, Colonel. I'm not surprised you survived, but if I were in your shoes, I'd pretend to be dead. Get the hell out of Dodge. Go to Victoria or Lethanian. Your skills, you can always pick up a teaching job. Didn't expect to hear those words coming from you. You say this one more time, Ferdinand, it's over. Already spoken with the Vice President. DOD's defeat is absolute. For whether or not this whole situation can be salvaged, or who controls my fate, I actually don't care about that anymore. Save some dignity for each other, Ferdinand. Get out of here, and I'll save a crossbow bolt for myself. Huh, what was that? Sorry, my mind wandered there for a second. Also, you're blocking the radiometer meter. This shaft here runs a lot deeper than I expected. Wrong voice for that. I'm afraid the military simply failed to fully understand its structure. Right here is when the transmitter's response is the strongest. You doing here, Silence? Professor Parvis? Silence. The location of this lab is supposed to be top secret. How did you manage to find your way here? Silence tries hard to open her eyes wide, discerning the things in the room. In the corner of the room, an instrument is humming as if breathing. The transmitter sits in a transparent tank, bobbing up and down. Across the room are several books with blank covers. Sensing Silence's presence, the transmitter increases its activity. A strong wave of dizziness makes Silence furrow her brow and shake her head a few times. Ah, that's right. You have your own transmitter. Reactive tendencies. You injected yourself with a transmitter. Though I'm not surprised. Does it cause you occasional discomfort? Entirely normal response. I also have it inside my body. It can be quite overwhelming for an old man like myself, but it shouldn't be a problem for your youths. Still, this is the only way to better control the reaction process. Don't worry, once this experiment is over, the long-distance intertwining properties of this batch of transmitter will be lost. They won't affect the long-term health of the injected. What experiment? Conduct an experiment here? Silence, did you hurt your hand? Let's get in the way of your work. I'm fine. Then I won't ask any more questions. Now is the most critical moment. If you found your way here, might just be the help I've needed. I was just complaining how much easier the data processing would be if you were here. Lately Actually, never mind. Tell me, what kind of experiment are you running? There's only ever been one area of research I've fully dedicated my energy to. Chimerism. Precisely. This is the last question to be answered in Chimera research. This is... Professor, what are all these documents? Text on them seems... quite evil, right? This is an ancient Sarkaz tomb that records the history of a certain ethnic branch. That Sarkaz branch not only enjoys long lifespans, but can even transcend the shackles of physical form and exist in the world in a purely spiritual state. They've been dubbed revenants. Pronunciation can be a bit esoteric, but I'm sure you'll be able to find some records in Victorian. Silence, have you ever considered what chimerism does at the level of the soul? The soul chimera. These revenants, so-called soul in ancient origin marks, and Sarkaz witchcraft, can they be produced a posteriori? Are you trying to create an artificial consciousness? You've always been my finest student. It's something I've been working on for decades, to little avail. That is, until Ferdinand told me that he and Dorothy had jointly produced this particular transmitter. You can't begin to imagine how excited I was, Silence. I was absolutely sure that the properties of this transmitter were sufficient to form the soil from which artificial consciousness could be born. However, in this land, disturbances will always exist, no matter how sophisticated the lab is. These disturbances have plagued me for the longest time. There are so many possibilities. Perhaps the energy used to excite the transmitter was insufficient. Perhaps the laboratory was not sealed off enough. Perhaps Reginum interfered with the generation and aggregation of consciousness. But none of that matters anymore. All mysteries will finally be unraveled today. This will be my final research project. The most epitomal research environment is about to take shape. Professor Parvish, you're responsible for using transmitter to solve ARC-1's accuracy control problem. This is the new transmitter core. Kristen wanted to do something she saw as taking a risk. She thought her work to be meaningful. I hate to be a critic of my peers' efforts, but let's be honest, we researchers have been cowards for far too long. Mediocrity, boredom, risk aversion, indecisiveness, silence. Those of us with knowledge and ability have to do much more than just explore or progress. We carry science upon our shoulders, are commanded by it, are driven by it. It requires us to take on responsibilities that only a strong soul can endure. Ooh, did I miss something there? Nope. But you're in a new era. You're in a new era? Silence, you deserve to be here with me to witness this crowning achievement. Soon, very soon now, the dark ages of mediocrity will come to an end, and the pantheon of science must return. You're shaking all over. I've rarely seen you like this. There's a bug on my leg. Kept pulling something crawl, and it was a flea. Thought we were done with these. Is that so? Perhaps the transmitter's reaction is getting a bit too intense. Maybe I really am getting too old. I'm sure you can relate with me, Silence. Yes, I can. And see, you've really been looking forward to this moment. Of course. Then, there's one thing I have to make clear. I will destroy this transmitter core. What? I mean, I'm putting a stop to everything that's happening here. Whether the controls panel or just your personal ambitions, all of this has to be re-examined. That's what I'm here for. That girl shook your allegiances to science, but I've always believed that you had the makings of a researcher. And as such, I never really blamed you. But this time, whether or not this is some ridiculous joke, I'm not going to stand for it. I'll have you apologize to me, Silence. I won't take back a single word I said, Professor. I don't think I've done anything wrong, be it back then or now. What you people are really after is wanting power. That's absurd. Couldn't be more wrong, Silence. That's right, say what you will about me craving power, because I know what kind of research is important, and what kind of research can shape the future. What, are you going to regurgitate that old platitude about science belonging to the masses? No. Let me tell you, Silence, that science belongs to the Ubermaschen, the Supermen. The mediocre can go elect their politicians and kiss the feet of their betters. But only science is above their meddling. What about you then? Are you part of the Ubermaschen you aspire to? That ship has already sailed for me. But if the consciousness I create is rational enough, grand enough, then it can't, Professor. You don't even have faith in humanity. What makes you think that this nascent consciousness can supersede everything? You don't understand. You've poured your heart and soul into the field of chimeric research, attempting time after time to create powerful creations through bioengineering. Is that all because you can't run from your own weakness? Me. Silence, I won't allow you to throw baseless speculation around like that. This is my last hope to break free from mediocrity. Didn't expect to see you here. My former defense colleagues. That's right, Director Karia. Former colleagues. We are now employees of Components Control Section. Components Control. What's up? Not much. How you doing, Evac? Thanks for following, man. How are you doing? You aren't allowed to pass this point. Doing a better job than last time. Appreciate the sentiment. Don't know what Kristen's trying to do. All this accomplishes is... How's the game going? It's going pretty good, actually. I did my 10 pull today, and I actually got Huliak. Finally. I already got doubles of Ulysses, so I'm not really concerned about her. But, you know, I finally got Huliak, and I don't have to fucking bang my head on a desk. I've been putting off actually completing the story until today, so that I didn't miss anything that I had to narrate. So, here we are now. Let's go back. I don't know what Kristen's trying to do. All this accomplishes is... I don't know, and I don't particularly care. You know my ID number from Ryan, Soria. 011. That was before Zhara came. Kristen and I interviewed you, James. In general, I started live streaming about a month or two ago. I'm real new to this. Prior to this, I would do random YouTube uploads here and there over the last few years. Whenever the mood struck me, whenever everything went together properly, and whenever things didn't completely fuck up. So, I'm new to live streaming. I'm trying to improve as much as I can. And I appreciate you being here. Back then, I had offers from other companies, including Volvork, Kosinski, and Beachbrella. I didn't give them a second thought, because I always believed in you, you and Kristen. I believed you two were different from the rest of them. That was just your ego speaking, James. This whole place is about to crash. I'd recommend you hurry up and grab an escape pod. I'll wait here until the moment we crash. Before that, I want to see something spectacular, Soria. I haven't really thought about any of it much. The graphics and the like all the stuff I use, like avatar graphics, the overlay, all that was made by me, like handmade, just thrown together for now. Someday I do plan on improving it, but for now I'm more focused on content making. You know, it's between streaming and working a full-time job, I get a little bit exhausted here and there. Nasty described it to us. Saria notices the entire corridor shifting. Is that... Thanks, man. I'm glad you stopped by. And I appreciate you giving me, you know, any questions, any pointers, anything that you offer. I appreciate all of it, man. Never seen a land from this high up before. Hammer's begun altitude adjustments. Out of the way, there's no time. Damn it, what's going on? This blasted thing's spinning? If I had to guess, it'd be the altitude adjustment mentioned in the technical manual. Which is a step right before secondary excitation. Sir, do you need my help? Why are these doors in the corridor shut? Where's Ferdinand? He slipped away just now. Go after him! Are there no defense systems here other than the partition doors in the corridor? If I had any say in it, this place would be stuffed full of power armor. Freeze, Ferdinand. Got you. I need you to leave me alone, Colonel. Every minute here is precious. Dealing with you would waste all my energy. I thought we were peas in a pod, Ferdinand. Sober rationalist who would weigh the pros and cons before making a decision. Looks like I had the wrong read on you. Come with us. Beam excitation reading is 1.22. A constant should be introduced here to renormalize the entire formula. What the hell are you talking about? I'm laughing at you, Blake. I'm laughing at how pathetic you are. Your power, your medals, your rank in the DoD, you never lost sight of those. But now we're standing at the altitude that few have ever touched, surrounded on all sides by scientific material. Miracles. Just by reaching our hands out, we're on the cusp of plucking new formulae from these instruments. Take a good look. Here, all the honors and accolades you've clung to are so small, so insignificant. What about your Rhine lab, Ferdinand? Haven't you been fixated on that? I'll make a correction. I've been fixated on what Rhine Labs represents. Rhine Lab is my toolbox, my ladder, my arm, but it is not my purpose. In case you've forgotten, I can proudly proclaim that I am one of the finest high-energy physicists in the land. No, in both the land and the skies. What I've been fixated on has always been science itself. Kristen. She created all of this and let it go to waste. A truly prodigal genius she is. And I envy her. I also have to admit, it's been an incredible ride. And so each and every second of my time is insanely valuable, and I can't afford to waste a moment on you. Listen to me, Ferdinand. Don't forget who you take orders from and who gave you your new lease on life. Colonel, do you know how to stop a curious scientist? You either satisfy him or you kill him. Alright. Get it over with. Don't waste time. One last thing I'd like to remind you of, soldiers. The hammer will crash after reactivation, taking all of us with it. All this data might mean nothing to you, but your lives, I trust, are very important. Want to know where the escape pods are? You shouldn't be in such a hurry. As for you, Blake, I'd save an extra bolt. Either for yourself or the one you answer to. It doesn't matter to me. Just don't break my instruments. Okay. That wasn't that much dialogue. Okay.
Are they the ones who caused such destruction and started all this conflict?
Let's start with Scotty.
Let's share a dance.
Actually, no, I can't put Scotty there. Let's do Claudia instead.
Good scenery here, Doctor.
Not yet, at least. I have to move this somehow.
Gather around me, guys. All the best. Professor?
No. Is this gonna move it? No. What the hell? Okay, that thing moved pretty damn quick.
Where did I go wrong?
Okay. Big old oopsie. Try this again. I wonder if a polar can move that debris.
All operators must maintain strict discipline.
楽しい時間の幕開けね。今すごく。
Let's give that a try. I'll put you here. No, you still want. Hmm.
私を呼び起こしてくださったのはあなたですね。Gather around me, guys.
Oh, she's facing the wrong direction. Alright, let's put Effie here.
All the best.
Let's put
逃げ道など必要あ
that
りません。
there. And put Scotty here for now. Okay. That thing has a block of 3. I feel like I knew that, and I feel like I just made stupid decisions. Okay. Takes a 3 block. When passing by an operator, deals physical damage to it based on movement speed. Okay. So I need a 3 block in the bottom corridor. Which would be my regular Spectre, probably, since she has a high DPS.
Buck up and get ready for battle.
I'm starting to get an idea. I still need this up, otherwise this will go straight through and I won't have any means of stopping it. Claudia there. Right over here.
Scenery here, Doctor. Ooh, almost knows that we're counting on you again today, little apple.
Claudia there. Effie here. Palace there. Okay, bottom row secure. Stick Saria here just for the... Okay, that's scary. Takes up 4 block. Okay, I'm glad I put Palace down here. Something tells me it's gonna be heavy though.
Temperature stable.
Aha! It explodes. Okay. Oh shit.
Whew, almost dozed off. Whew, almost dozed off.
Shit! God damn it.
Run!
Took my cranberry juice. Maybe that'll make me feel better. Okay. Resistance reduced when damage is taken. When destroyed, releases trapped officer and self-destruction on physical damage on nearby. Okay, so I need Palace. There's no other way for this. Ifrit isn't going to be really useful during this. I need another caster, and I'm going to go with Absinthe. So I can just drop her and not have to worry about it.
It's hardly a sport when all the enemies are human.
Okay. Palace.
We're counting on you again today, little apple.
Spectre. Spectre there for now. Shit.
share a dance.
Gather around me, guys! All the best!
Over, Dad.
Professor, watch out for fires!
Uh-oh, 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 uh-oh. Maybe just made the big oops.
Almost does that. 抜き打ち検査だ。両手を頭に。動くな。
What the fuck? Seriously, what the fuck?
It's okay. I'm fine.
I know how they want me to go about this. And I'm not in the mood to deal with it that way. Well, what they want me to do is use this ball to block this bot from coming through.
止まって。前方30メートルに不審な人物を確認。またあの
And
位
I'm
置
not
か。
doing that. I'm just gonna keep this path blocked.
楽しむべきよ。Good scenery here, Doctor. Ooh, almost we're counting on you again today, little apple.
すぐに解決いたしますね。
Because I like to brute force my problems.
もう後悔の余地はありません。
All the best.
看護せよ、泣き叫べ。その脆い信念のもとで。
Gather around me, guys.
抜き打ち検査だ。両手を頭に。動くな。
Ooh, oh, we're counting on you again today, little apple.
Come on, Palace.
Please give you. This may be a little hot.
来い。英雄たちよ。この揺るぎなき信念にたたえ。我らに組みせよ。
Ooh, oh, I have to get serious now.
No, this thing's gonna come straight this way and push this ball in all the wrong ways. There we go. Brute force and stupidity. Always a good answer. I've been memorizing the basic structure of the central nervous system lately. Over and over again, from top to bottom. Isn't that one of the assignments to give you an intro biology course? Yes, it's one of the absolute fundamentals. If I were to ask this question to any of my students, should they be stumped for even a second, I would drop their grade down to a C. But these days, I haven't been able to recite it from memory, not even a single time. Keep stopping partway, keep forgetting. Keep starting from the top, going around in circles. Every morning I sit 5 to 7 at breakfast restaurant across Rhine headquarters, and I give it my best shot. My nerves are deteriorating. Everything I studied my whole life for is now abandoning me in this moment. Maybe in 5 or even 3 years' time, I've become a demented old man who can only bask in the sun, having forgotten all the pride and fulfillment I've enjoyed for the past 58 years. Silence, I refuse to go out like this. Professor, my fate is already sealed. Now get out of my lab. Don't you dare touch it. No. You speak of Ubermensch and strong souls. People like that might actually exist. People were capable of transcending time, limitations, and this very land itself. Professor, you are no such man. Your words are of the weak, mediocre masses you so ridicule. They're the desires of a human. Transcending time, limitations, and this land itself. The myths of Minos and Keurig. Gods are the bestowers, masters, and deciders of all things in creations. Science is by no means a god. It's just a path for people to traverse. It needs to be examined from time to time, prepared from time to time, and reined in from time to time. The fruits it bears should not be the grandiose visions of megalomaniacs, but precisely the mediocre expectations of the masses. No. No. Get away from it, Silence. It's over, Professor. What you need is rest and recovery. After this, I'll take you to the hospital. The transmitter hub's been destroyed. Be it your experiment or Kristen's plans, without the transmitter, there shouldn't be... Transcending this very land. Yes, perhaps I made another tremendous achievement that even I did not notice. Just happened upon it without investing much time into it. As a matter of fact, it didn't even arise from one of my own projects. That doesn't matter, does it? Of course. Why hadn't I noticed? We've all been drawn in by her. From the very beginning, we've always walked the same path. The old man stares blankly at the display panel. On the monitor screen, a giant man-made ring suspended atop the sky's zenith is illuminated by the beam of energy, gathering within it majestic platinum. Perhaps because the transmitter hub was destroyed, or perhaps because the scoring of the beam was too intense. The hammer starts to shake slightly. Why has the transmitter signal not stopped? Let me ask you, Silence. You have no way of becoming a leader. Much shame is there in being a follower. If I admit my weaknesses and indecisiveness, then it's a perfectly valid option for me to follow a truly strong soul, is it not? This was meant to be my backup plan, but now... What are you doing? I've suffered mediocrity for too long. I can still catch up to her. She too must shine. All my hard work, all of my pursuits must have meaning. At least this is much better than becoming a vegetative old man. The energy density is already sufficient as long as... Professor Parvis, what are you doing? Silence feels the transmitter's influence on her fading. At the same time, the consciousness of the elderly Cabernet in front of her is rapidly dissipating. When the Transcendent One sets out on her journey, I do hope that her long, long path, she won't mind being followed by a timid hitchhiker. At least I can become a part. Silence. Look. Are you merging your consciousness with the transmitter? Make up for the hub's destruction? No. Wrap these data. What's going to happen if the phase is thrown completely out of order? How do I stop these responses? Professor Parvis. This is completely futile. Your consciousness can't be preserved within the transmitter. This transmission will only destroy your nervous system. Faint sigh. Perhaps a slight chuckle. Parvis's body has become an empty shell, no longer host to any conscious will. All his attachments, all his cowardice, dissipated without a trace. Professor? Then the monitor trembling of the hammer seems to gradually calm down. He completed his experiment in a most unexpected way. Oh. Look at this. Silence. Silence. Silence, are you in here? So you really were here. Step back, I'm coming in. Finally found you. Had me scared to death, Silence. I saw you snatch the car keys off those old soldiers and floor it out of here. I knew you were about to do something really, really dangerous. This place is crazy scary. Not only is this place crawling with soldiers up above, but I even got a real jump scare from that exploding energy beam. Ifrit, why are you... Save you, of course. Duh. You know I learned to drive. I'm shame you didn't get to see my mad skills. My driving skills, I might even get bumped up to the elite op. What's wrong, Silence? Why's Parvis here? Why isn't he moving? I don't know. In the end, he achieved his goal. On the other hand, I haven't really achieved anything. I was thinking, had I been more decisive, had I been more determined, Ifrit, how am I supposed to stop people like them? Just powerful, brightly shining souls. Will I never be able to reach Zarya or Kristen? Stop joking around already, Silence. Ifrit frenetically grabs Silence by the collar. This isn't the Silence she knows. You're the strongest woman I've ever seen. Osmanthus is pretty powerful, and so is Blaze. All of Rhode Island's operators have their own special skills. But you're the best out of all of them, Silence. It's because you've done so much for me. So much that to be honest, I don't even know where to start. I pushed through everything. You and Zarya both. You both overcame it all. I know what you're trying to do is really huge and really complicated. The guys you're trying to stop might also be really powerful and really hard to deal with. So that's why you should let more people help you. They have so many helping them out, so why should you have to fight all by yourself? Obviously, you have me and Zarya's too. We're here by your side. Silence looks at the kid in front of her. Compared to 3 years ago, her complexion isn't much more robust. Her body's also stronger, and her entire being brims with vitality. The girl's health is the product of her own efforts. It's just, when did she get so tall? You're right. I need to get ready. I have to keep going. And you? It's because of you. The shop's output phase may be nearing completion, and it won't be safe in this building. Come, Ifrit, let's get out of here. Also, someone's waiting for us to pick her up. As rudimentary a toy as it may be, the spear of a secondary civilization breaking through the sky for the first time was enough to render this nascent world dumbfounded. Dr. Lost, regardless how you see yourself today, you will find you need to hear the truth I speak. I chose to forsake my duty. I chose to forsake these lives that I've overseen for nigh immemorial eons. They are your kin, and this you have the right to know. That is all. Kin? It's been too long. Are the shadows of that civilization still deep within your memories, Dr. Lost? Have any fragments floated to the surface? Doctor. Seems like there's at least something there. In any case, there is no point in rehashing the grand visions of the past. Just use your imagination, according to whatever impressions still remain. But regardless of what you remember, we ended up with far fewer survivors than you might imagine. From great desperation was a preserver project born. Special life support devices, unshakable underground fortresses, When the calamities receded, When the calamities receded, it would be the seeds of a new life. But destruction came, sooner and more overwhelming than anyone could have anticipated. Though at the time, people had already come up with certain methods. Most of them failed to understand, including she who stands beside you, let alone the blank slate that is you. We were born out of desperation and not fully prepared. A pure, advanced AI would only increase the risk, so one person made the ultimate sacrifice. This one volunteered to remain permanently trapped in a cage of consciousness, within an electronic cloud, forever locked in an immovable sarcophagus deep underground. So you mean, at this moment, in every sarcophagus is a person yet to wake up? Correct. But none of them will ever wake again. They lost that ability long ago. Even though you have no memory of who you are, you feel part of your body spasm violently. A dull pain travels from your heart to the palm of your hands. For a moment, the name of this emotion eludes you. Your daily life at Rhodes Island, often making you forget the quandary at the core of your existence. Kin. Doctor. Calstate hesitates to speak. You wanted to say something to comfort you. You wanted to be as omniscient as she always has been in the past, offering you solutions, answering the questions you've always had. But you see only doubt and sorrow in her eyes. Sorrow is an uncommon emotion for her, even less so if that sorrow is for your sake. If you came here only to stop Kristen, turn and leave. Nothing is going to stop us. Even if the meaning of her death is itself but a gamble, I've already made up my mind. The memory bereft Dr. Lost and Amaten, who has managed to survive to this point. If you have no other responses, then we have nothing more to say. No. No? What is it you want then? Do you wish to recover your memories and truth? Or do you insist on stopping Kristen? You can't accomplish any of it. Your amnesia is hardly so simple. You're just being pushed along numbly, thinking you've acquired faith and new ideals. Ignorant hope is but the harbinger of despair, something we know so very well. Why not enjoy your hard-fought, renewed lease on life, and instead insist on broaching the truth? Do you really know anything about this land? The threat from the ocean grows day by day, while the mighty eager civilizations remain arrogant as ever. They might even be powerful now, but they still underestimate the ocean. With the demons in the hollows deep within Insami's depths show little tendency to expand, they cannot be ignored. Like cracks entrenched deep within the ice, presaging a collapse that may occur at any time. But these are only the fringes beyond civilization's soil. They were never the immediate cause of our slain future. Inequality and prejudice, war and strife, the people are far from understanding the value of unity, are fundamentally unable to set aside differences and old grudges to talk about peace in the future. Even when catastrophes descended, the cogs of Ursus' war machine did not stop turning for a moment, and the peasants of Casmires were not exempt from being brutal punishment and taxation. My eyes are starting to blur. Unity is an eternal dilemma. Even today, there are those who cry for the wars of old, yet refuse to face the suffering all as well. My tongue can't keep up with my eyes. Even today, there are those who cry for the wars of old, yet refuse to face the suffering, as well as those who died in vain. They might not even be able to see with these words. It's too soon. They're still too weak. Few lucid individuals do not represent the entire nation. Columbia will soon seize their desired advantages from Kristen, expand their appetite, and extend their hypocritical forks and knives towards Bolivar, Sami, and Sargon. What Kristen did is a far cry from a feat of strength scoping out the future of humanity. Even a slight deviation, and all of this will become but a clarion call for the next round of conquest. Is that what you, Amaten, Faustit, think of Terra now? Fine then, I understand. One who has walked with civilizations born of this land, your opinion holds referential value. Since you each have your own reasons for not wishing to budge, then let us test each other using the ancient ways. Compared to pure rhetorical persuasion alone, rhetorical persuasion alone, I will need some more basal behaviors to evaluate your quality and revise the plan, provided you are qualified. I accept. Unknown language. Debate. Allow me to explain in advance that the things you've brought up are not outside my knowledge. Through Columbia's databases, I have heard of this history. But I must reassess whether the two of you had the qualifications and the ability to warrant discussing larger plans together. Whether or not Terra can remain in the hands of people like you. Whether you have the right to debate the future. Time Kristen spent here with me goes beyond language. Hold on, you two. We are about to begin. I know I definitely changed the AI's voice for this playthrough from what the last one was, but I'm trying to give it a more AI feel than last time. Because I'm not sure it's an AI. I don't even know if it's an AI or if it's a temporary consciousness or if it's a soul of some sort trapped in a machine. I don't know. Anyway. This place. Dr. Lost? You really don't remember me? Priestess? No. You're not... Yes. It's just your cognitive resonance. Originally, this technology was supposed to be used to check the vital signs of those sleeping in the sarcophagi, or to preserve their dignity. Just like entering your dreams, shaping your dreams. For you, I am that dream. So you're really just an illusion created by that machine. Close enough, but there's still a fundamental difference. Just as the philosophers and interlocutors did in their palaces of old. Thoughts collide and words are exchanged, cognition intermingles, and the boundary between self and non-self blurs. You currently play the role of the doctor in your dialogue with me. But in reality, I'm the one who plays the doctor, whereas you're actually me. But your consciousness is continuous. This is not equivalent to the illusion in front of you, or your own image changing. The only word that can describe the sensation is dreamlike. You will not see a cold, impassive machine calling itself Preserver, and that will not help see the helpless and dazed you. It is only in dreams that our subjective perspectives are no longer distinct. Come, don't forget that this manner of cognitive resonance has a humorous name. Debate. Oh, of course it's your subconscious mind that finds the word humorous. Push open that door. There remains a question we must resolve. Do you really have to test people in their dreams? No, it's not that I'm trying to test you. By all means, this is not one of Preserver's cryptic questions and answer sessions, or one of Calcit's rhetorical traps. The one who will pose this question is Dr. Lost. But I've drifted along, never making things hard for myself. You, yourself, after losing your memories, you quickly got accustomed to life at Rhode Island. You've always known that Calcit was hiding something from you, but over the years, you've both been overwhelmed by the challenges you face. It's even caused you to lose your will to pursue the truth. In other words, your curiosity about the truth ended with babble. When did you start thinking to yourself, this is fine? Do you really have the same obsession in the bottom of your heart to recover your memories? As more trust was built, certain truths gradually came to light, which even led you to self-doubt. But the two of you overcame these difficulties, which is why you're here today. But what about before that? Long before you took Amia's hand in Chernobog. Long before Babel. Who are you? What are you? Where are you going? Doctor, who are you? I'm Dr. Lost. something I want to tell you, Doctor. Doctor I placed my trust in is one and the same with the doctor who woke up in Chernobog and has fought by her side ever since. That's what I believe. That's what I've always believed. But in reality, Dr. Kalstad and Theresa, do they really see the commander of Babel and the doctor of Rose Island as the same person? I don't know. I just don't know. All I remember is the doctor who was so kind to me. The doctor who saved me. The truth is really as Dr. Kalstad says. Amiya. Oh, Dr. Kalstad. Doctor is tired and needs rest. There's still much to think about and digest. If there's anything else you'd like to ask, come back tomorrow. Rhodes Island still has a long future ahead of us, so there's no need to rush. Okay. Sorry, Doctor. I'm sure I caught you off guard by asking this out of the blue. Actually, I also wanted to know. Don't dwell on it too much. There's not much time left before we reach the outskirts of Londinium. Londinium? Next thing on the itinerary is a meeting between of the elite operators. And won't need you to sit in. Hurry, come this way. Why? Chernobog has fallen into an atypical circumstance with regards to the infected. Rose Island, as we are now, cannot afford the risk of getting involved. Doctor will be our indispensable linchpin. Is this one you're talking about worth a dozen or more Rhodes Island lives? If it's worth it, then I'm on board. But if even a single operator raises a concern, then count me out. What? Don't move, Rhode Island Commander. Now there's nothing that white-haired feline can do. Even if she can kill the captain, even if she can kill Patriot, she can't protect you. You ever thought about our lives? Have you ever looked at the land from our point of view? Of course not. You don't know a damn thing about the kind of bonds we share, or how long we've said goodbye to our parents, or how we paint our cheeks with the ashes of our best friends. Killing a reunion fighter, depriving someone of his life. It's just like checking a box off for you. Who the hell do you think you are? Have you ever given a serious thought to what it means for us to live and die? Of course I have. Watch out, Doctor. No, don't do it. You're not always the main character of this world. Just like your life, your past. Take a look outside the glass pane of the PRTS. You can never understand everything or be everywhere at once. Only those who face the truth deserve to be called courageous. The ridiculous thing is, you don't have the slightest idea of what the truth is. You're kept in the dark, you don't understand it, and you're frustrated, even angry at your own ignorance. In the end, what more are you than a projection of the pincer beast in a bucket around you? They want to use you for a measure of consolation. Use you for what they want to obtain. A reunion member already impaled by black arts points in the direction of those elite operators. When you follow their fingertips, you see only a few foul beasts flying by. How many among them face their own destiny? How many more still behind Rhodes Island, eventually becoming arrogant overseers? What about you? Think you can completely sever yourself from the past just because you've been shaped by new memories? Even if you can, how will you reconcile yourself with the new you? Onlookers know nothing about you. They want to become you and achieve their vulgar desires through you. You. Are you truly worthy of trust? Do you need to be entrusted with such a heavy burden? I've never tried to escape the responsibilities that came with my past. But if the past does not help me fight for Rhodes Island, the past has no way of influencing the present, I can only see it as insignificant. This is not a matter you can decide on so cavalierly, Doctor. Can a criminal be exonerated of his sins just because he lost his memories? A good person loses their memories. Does that erase the good she's done? For you in particular, you lost your memories are not so... For you in particular, your lost memories are not so simple. Perhaps you yourself are not aware of what you've lost. What manner of answer, then, are you able to provide? Doctor, hand. Take my hand. I'll find the meaning within it. Not the memories of the past that guide me, or the events from then to now that have reshaped me. I am me, just as I always have been. We're getting philosophical here, ain't we? I understand your thought process. Just as you always have been. Choice words from someone who cannot even recall events from just a few years ago. Even when you come to grasp the truth, be it past or present, it's because you simply know it, not because you remember it, right? You're a completely new person. Don't worry. You are also the version of yourself closest to your true nature. Because you've gained a new chance to pursue hope once more. I'm truly curious what the future holds for you, Calstitz and Amiya. Sadly, it's not a future that I will be a part of. Risa? Don't worry about it. I'm just doing a little favor. After all, I'm just a phantasm born from this debate mechanism. Whether I'm real or fake was never that important to begin with. But please remember, whether or not it came from the deepest recesses of your consciousness, just as I always have been, this will become the most important footnote of your life. Only when you truly realize the significance of the words you blurted out, can you live up to those who love you and those you love. We should all grasp our own destinies. That way, there will no longer be any such thing as preordained destinies in this land. You are the only antidote, but also the poison that can destroy everything. What truly hinders us is neither originum or catastrophe, neither sea nor sky, but rather ourselves. Believe in Amiya, believe in Calstitz. The dark, endless night is quickly approaching, and you all must become our sole ray of light. Till next time.
悪くない戦いだった。この私ですら胸の高鳴りを感じたほど。
Sitting like this hurts my arm. But unfortunately, I have a less than ideal setup here. Selected. (933) start and change the direction of gravity no more than 2 times. Bet. Let's do that once real quick. I'm sure I can. So do not change gravity. Simple enough.
We can take care of ourselves, Professor. You just
No
focus on
more
giving
than
orders.
2. So I need to stop anything from touching this button.
I'm here to help.
No, let's just let this build naturally. 1.
気分がいいな。All the best.
Shit. Ooh, that was close.
We're counting on you again today, little apple. Please give your orders, Professor.
Vermin.
Professor, this may be a little hot.
It's my turn.
This is kind of unorthodox. But that's usually the way things go.
We're counting on you again today, little apple.
Better safe than sorry.
Alright, there's the bot.
Gather around me, guys.
Uh-oh. Oh wait, that was to be expected, okay.
承知。
We're counting on you again today, little apple.
決まった。
Vermin.
我慢にもまだ足りないわ。
看護せよ英雄たち。この揺るぎなき信念の戦い。我らに組せよ。
誰もここから逃しません。
Well, fuck. You gotta do that one more time. Bam, that last one for slipping through.
Don't worry, you got me.
もう後悔の余地はありません。
Good scenery here, Doctor. どの戦いも楽しむべきよ。
Okay, I know what I gotta do.
Gather around me, guys. かの深き海より参りました。
すぐに解決いたしますね。
Let's share a dance.
We're counting on you again today.
泣き叫べ。
Or I don't know what to do.
その脆い信念のもとで。
Stay calm and fall back. I'll bring up the rear.
Chen. Go somewhere.
May my banner protect all those who are innocent before my eyes.
人外では戦場で誰も救えない。
I'm here to help.
止まって。前方30メートルに不審な人物を確認。またあの連中か。
Gather around me, guys. どの戦いも楽しむべきよ。私を呼び起こしてくださったのはあなたですね。
もう後悔の余地はある。
Did you ever imagine friends turning against each other and homeland fading into nothing but memories?
All the best.
来い。 泣き叫べ。その脆い信念のもとで。
Let's share a dance.
We're counting on you again. Can't you feel the city's crumbling away?
Okay, this is working out. A little bit better, at least.
We're counting on you again today, little apple.
Just put you
Forward.
here.
Suppress them. This will be over soon.
Please give your order. Watch out for fires.
来い。ここにひざまずくのです。今度こそ必ず。
All's well that ends well. Come on, Absinthe, you got this.
承知した。何か考えがあるのか。汝は我が恩敵にかつ元老物に過ぎぬのか。
どうしていつも最後にこうなるの。
Forward.
あなたに信頼を置いた私も悪いわ。心配しなくても一緒に責任を取ってあげるから。
I've got this. I'm right fucking on the cusp of it. But it keeps, like, last one keeps slipping right through. Readjust.
ここからは茨の道になります。
Are they the ones who caused such destruction and started all this conflict?
It's my duty to stand here.
Ooh, that was weird. So here's what I need to do.
今すっごく気分がいいの。
Oh, I have to get serious now.
私を呼び起こしてくださったのはあなたですね。
逃げ道など必要ありません。
Can't you feel the city's crumbling away?
Rather, here's what I'm gonna do.
看護せよ。ここにひざま。
We're counting on you again today, little apple. All the best. Your orders. You've never ever noticed the hideous grins of conspirators. I'm ready. Whew, gather around me, guys.
Vermin. It's my turn. This will be over soon.
This may be a little hot. I have to get serious now.
What 何か考えがある。汝らが孤児し武勇。何人も語り継ぐことかなわ。
Let's share a dance. At your command.
I'm really in the zone right now.
Vermin.
もう一度。
I'll be careful. Gather around me, guys.
I don't even need that actually.
繁栄か、あるいは滅びか。
Okay.
我慢のおはよ
There we go.
Accomplished.
I only touched the gravity button
The
once.
words and thoughts of our enemies mean nothing to me. All I care
So that should have
about
counted,
is how
right?
to defeat them.
There we go. Halostasis, or holostasis. Mountain of Q's, an ice cold cemetery. What happened here is beyond our understanding. Clear CW10 with a 3-star rating, easy enough. Clear EX3 with a 3-star rating without having any friendly units defeated by planetary debris. Easy enough. Clear EX1 with a 3-star rating and hit enemies with 320 times. When we get there, we'll get there. We're on CW10. Oh, this looks complicated. Here's gonna be my guess. Drop Saleech, Scotty. No, I need my boss buster. Absinthe. Grab one red.
Understood, Professor.
I'm assuming this is gonna be a boss fight because it's DW10. Over here. Ground her. Don't let her through. Attention all forces, get ready. Feeling of weightlessness returns. Calcium crystals grow rapidly, tethering Sharia's hands to corridor floor. Second disorder wave is starting. Disorder? Nasty's magnum opus. Been following me around for the last couple of days. Does defense have nothing else to do? 16 of your Orion Technological Park modifications do not comply with our established safety regulations. Disorder. You abandon the sense of balance inside your mind. Instead of fighting the chaos, try adapting to its rhythm instead. Find what you've been looking for? Reconfigured several key structures in the park. Don't seem to be following any rules, but the connection between components makes sense. Could never imagine these structures like these would be possible. Sorry guys, I just got a text I gotta fucking respond to real quick. Alright, there's been a change in plans. After we do chapter 10 and finish up the actual story mode, we are probably going to jump into PUBG. Apparently. Linear language constricts most people's imagination. If you have a specific future in mind, you must first construct a dialogue with the destination instead of brute force routing. Brute forcing a route. But I like brute forcing a route. Abandon balance. Receive the destination. She frees up both of her hands. Next shift in gravity comes abruptly, and as she hits the ceiling, she takes the opportunity to maneuver her trajectory and jump over the shoulders hot on her trail. Calcium crystals follow in her wake, drawing an arc. Manipulating raw calcium in the same way microbes change their composition. How very enlightening. Materials morph extremely quickly and are adaptable and combinable with various organs, and thus have promising medical applications. This has been your research field ever since you were in college, yes? Why not continue? because it's dangerous. You're referring to the ethical issues arising from the construction of artificial organs? More than that. Giving new techniques to doctors may save lives, but if they fall into the hands of criminals, they could also be reduced to weapons of destruction. Haha, I almost forgot how rich with calcium our bodies are. Therefore, I've determined that my research in this field must be suspended until effective control measures have been established. It's a terrible pity, you know that. If you ever change your mind, Ryan Labs could certainly have 2 sections specializing in life sciences. Ryan Lab needs a defense section more. I'm giving you my data in the hopes that you can combine our experiences to better evaluate the risks of the chimeric experiments. Don't go too far, Parvis. The cost of pushing our boundaries will be too high for us all. Then, where does the boundary lie? Countless studies have shown that the evolution of life has not been a gradual process. Contrary to the theories of the earliest scholars in this field, we wouldn't be standing here right now if we had only been taking one step at a time. Furthermore, we presume that there is indeed a boundary drawn by a higher will that determines how we should be acting. Shouldn't we try to look it in the eyes first, before we decide to kneel or raise a flag of rebellion? A boundary. This corridor is also a boundary. But keep walking along the corridor, I'll never reach wherever the eye is. The hammer. This ring-shaped laboratory has, from its inception, been designed to subvert people's perceptions. Its realization of Kristen's dreams, the real product of Ryan Lab's components control section, the combined wisdom of practically every Ryan Lab director. Sari is familiar with how each of them operate, but in the past, she had not allowed herself to think in the same way. This makes no sense. No, it doesn't matter. I've long been disgusted with this wall. I guess I don't know. Yeah. Concerning. Telescope we borrowed from the Stargazers Association broke down. Don't worry about it. View here's great. You can see many stars with just the naked eye. Well, you go look for a nice place to sit down. I'll try fixing it. Wow. Oh, great superhuman Lady Saria. I'm so curious. Is there honestly anything you can't do? I recommend you check my personal course selectives. I won't be able to do anything I'm not studying. You're a terrifying studying machine. Whoa, it's so cold today. Want a candy? Cream puffs? Hot chocolate? Something sweets this late at night is not conducive to good health. Boring. Christian, look at that rock. What do you think it looks like? Oh, come on. Looks like Saria, right? So hard, yet it shines so perfectly. Like the stars. Kristen grabs the shining stone and looks up. Seems to be comparing it to something as she moves the rock around. Something's wrong. There'd be a star here, but there isn't one. There's so many calculations, and yet I haven't figured out the trajectory of the stars. You've already felt so many times. You still believe it's measurable? I prefer to say that I don't believe. I don't believe in all the rules I've been taught. I don't believe that humanity will never be able to pierce through the star pod. Let alone believe the stars are only as small as we see them. There's no way you believe we can fly all the way to the stars, right? Only a kid would believe stuff like that. Children, poets, and scientists. Whoever said I wasn't one? Scientists do not believe their dreams are false, because what they're essentially doing is proving to all humanity that dreams can come true. Gosh, you really have a one-track mind. So Kristen, when our Ryan Lab becomes a full-fledged public company, we gonna keep that lab on the name or change it to Ryan something else? I'm studying ecology, and Saria's research in bioengineering and microorganisms, so the two of us are down to keep it nice and generic. 2 against 1 is the life of the sciences. Just kidding. I mean, you're dead set on soaring through the skies, and your field is high-energy physics, so wouldn't you want to call it Ryan Physics instead? No. We'll stick with Ryan Lab. It's a good name. I want to know exactly what the stars we're looking at are. I want to know what's outside the barrier encasing around us. I want to know if we really managed to walk among the stars and look back from over there, what kind of land we've actually been living on. All the questions I seek have mostly to do with not just me, but we. And we are all being trapped in this teeny tiny corner. Are you planning to compensate me for breaking my vivariums, Saria? You knew Kristen's plan from the very beginning. Are you talking about Arc 1 or Galleria Stellaria? Arc 1 was never more than a front to deceive the military, a pile of scrap paper that was never feasible. Galleria Stellaria is the real laboratory here. Or you could also say the name of this aircraft. Certainly is a name that she would come up with. Yep. The only thing she thinks about. So you replicated your vivarium up here. Is Kristen intending to break through the barrier with it? Just tearing the star pod open won't be enough for her, you know. Without a doubt. Her fixation was never the barrier, but the realm beyond. Even our ancestors have yet to reach. She truly wants to step inside that deep outer space. She wants to leave everything that can be left behind in that dimension. And that includes each and every life present in this vivarium. As soon as I heard about the Galleria Stellaria project, I started gathering a variety of plant species that might be able to survive in the environment outside the barrier. I just checked and there are 753 different types here. Kristen put them all in this lab. Pretty happy about it. We'll be able to find our answers together real soon. You want to know if life can exist among the stars. And especially yourself. Yep. My people and I, we've been trapped in this cage that just continues to shrink. As time goes by, you can only follow what happens to the water that can't be contained. Wind that dissipates, trees that wither and vanish from this ever-changing land. And then she said to me, "Let's go. This land is not your home, but beyond it, there might just be a space untainted by Ridgem that will really accept you and your people." A mere hypothesis. So far, no instrument has managed to penetrate or even approach the barrier, so there's no basis to assert the possibility of Originum's absence beyond the barrier, let alone the technical lack of evidence to suggest that life can survive in the depths of outer space. I know. It's just a dream. There's no evidence or data to support it, and it goes against all the scientific knowledge I have. But scientists don't believe that dreams are false, because what they're essentially doing is proving to all humanity that dreams can come true. Remember Kristen said that? Yep. It's the same as ever. What about us? Saria, have we changed at all? Water spreads out like hands in all directions, pinning Saria to the wall. Saria's never seen water this fierce out of Ulysses. It's like a waterfall, like a tsunami, if the water is howling. Calcium crystals continuously grow from Saria's hands, but they fail to take form under the sweeping waves. She tries to find Ulysses, but all she finds in stream after stream of water are the eyes of an elf hidden in the depths of each wave. Eyes filled with serenity and grief. Water's howling. The elf is crying. I really wish we could be together forever. Just like on that starlit night. But there's no way I can hold on to something. There's no way I can hold on to the both of you at the same time. Dancing in threes really is too hard. I won't give you a chance to stop her. Because 2 against 1. This time on her side. Ulysses. Sleep, Saria. Go to sleep. You're all black and blue and probably about to pass out. There's no need for you to keep fighting, because our dreams are about to come true. So just close your eyes, and the water will take you away from here. By the time you wake up, Kristen and I will have reached our destination. No. Solid calcium crystal does not stab at the water in vain, but into the side of the bulkhead. Sari is well aware that the next disorder is about to happen. Warning. Energy overload initiated. All secondary compartmental gravity systems and dampens have failed. Attention, all personnel. Energy overload initiated. Eh? Why would it suddenly... Sudden? No. You're right. Christian's never changed. The instantaneous gravitational shift causes the stream of water to lose direction. An ammo piercing through the bulkhead firmly fixes Saria on the spot. Ulysses is tossed outside along with her water. Saria! You're the same as ever. Whenever you get nervous, you forget just how fragile your body is. No. Catch me. I don't want to leave. Not alone. The energy overload is starting. When it's done charging, the entire platform will collapse. Even if you can get close to it, or even break through the barrier, the core cabin will not last long enough. Kristen wants to save you. As do I. You? Yes, I want to bring her back. Ulysses, after gravity returns to normal, leave this place. What happens next is between the two of us. Ah, my arm hurts. Saria! Probably loud, I'm sure it is. No, I gotta hold on to something. Authentication failed. Your clearance is expired. Galleria Solaria Varia, access denied. Your clearance is expired. Galleria Solaria Bavarium, access denied. Sorry, you dummy. Blockhead, knucklehead, open the door! I've really been abandoned again. Sorry, I hope you make it. Saria stands at the door leading to the deepest part of the lab, knowing her target is just inside. Or before she can even condense the calcium crystals on her hand, the door lock automatically releases. Compared to the previous area filled with instruments and equipment, this place feels more like a temple to the stars. A sphere made of smooth and flawless metal shows off its dazzling beauty under the soft light. Spheres of varying sizes slowly glide on predetermined orbits, one after another, with their paths changing now and then. Irregularities intertwine with each other, but contrary to expectations, they form an indescribable scene of harmony. Whether it be the position of the stars or how precise the orbit shifts, the planetarium exceeds the imaginations of astrologers. But in the very next moment, those devoted to the stars will probably fly into a rage. Those so-called astrologers are basically misguided zealots. For the past 1,000 years, they've committed themselves to tracking the trajectory of the stars. Every trajectory change that occurs signifies a new revelation or a meaningful omen to them. Their behavior is not necessarily incomprehensible. The fact that the stars move without a trace is enough to terrify most people. To believe that the stars are mere pawns of an undescribable being, that their movements and trajectory change hold any meaning is obviously the more reassuring choice. However, Kristen extends a hand towards the planetarium. The dome of Galleria Stellaria, enveloping the ceiling, suddenly opens itself. False starlight floods the laboratory. Kristen makes a series of gestures with her hand, and in an instant, the planetarium completely transforms. Fake. Stars begin to move erratically. False. Several stars collide with one another. Though they do not shatter, the sound of them crashing into each other instantly destroys the silence in the room. Fabricated. However, Kristen's expression does not change at all. As if everything is as it should be. If the trajectories are really just invisible, then how have we avoided colliding with other stars throughout the last millennium? Are we so special to have avoided such a fate so far? What kind of land have we actually been living on? Where exactly are we headed? These questions, I have whispered them in your ears too many times to count. Those are some baggy-ass pants. Can you help me move that planet over there, Saria? A small metallic sphere passes by Saria's hand. Star. Instead of touching it, she lets it fall out of orbit. What a shame. Been fiddling with these planets before we break the barrier, and no matter how many times I try, they just refuse to stay on the right track. Stop this, Kristen. You still have time to turn back before you hit the barrier with the Galleria Stellaria. Galleria Stellaria. Isn't it exactly how I described it to you before? Hey, you had to already left Rhine Lab behind by that time. But I knew you would come back. The very moment when my dreams were about to be realized, you would be there. Whether or not you're with me, or against me, this time it's my turn to make the first move. Kristen lifts her hand, revealing the exoskeleton operating system Saria is most familiar with, and gently makes a fist. Silver liquid spews out from the planetarium behind Kristen, and in an instant, all of the planets are thrown out of their orbits, rushing towards a single position at a speed too fast for the naked eye. The entire galaxy pours down on Saria. Lost among the stars. Amongst the stars, I guess.
争いは避けられないもの。
Well, that just happened. This... That doesn't help me at all. Are all of these deployable tiles? They're all ground tiles. Okay, so there's no deployment limit. Okay. So you... Okay, so there's only one place I have to really guard, so we're just gonna toss Spectre here. Probably would have been smarter to deploy her sideways.
Any orders for me?
Kristen, egotist, betrayer, seeker, loner, pioneer, good night, Terra. Alright, how hard are you going to be to stop? We do this. Oh, she turned into orbit. I did not know she could do that. Let's hold. Can she not be blocked? This is crazy, this is crazy, this is crazy.
It's my turn.
Nope. Why are they moving? Do I have to break them?
Better safe than sorry.
All the best.
決まった。決まったか。ナンジラが保持せし V。
What the hell, what the hell, what the hell, what the hell? I love that it doesn't tell me what she actually fucking does until I fail the mission. Okay, what's the gimmick with those planets? Burst form, immune to control effects, and takes reduced damage from planetary debris. Periodically overrides planetary debris and turns them into star rings. Allies in the surrounding 8 tiles take arch damage and have a reduced attack speed. Every star ring grants Kristen +1 block count and reduced damage to herself. Or reduced damage received. Heat death when HP reaches 0 for the first time. Detonates every star ring on the field, all dealing arch damage to all friendly units. Immediately overrides all planetary debris. When entering her second form, when Christian is in her second form, attacks +1 additional target. And no longer overrides planetary debris, but destroying a star ring deals arch damage to all allies on the field and increases all enemies' movement speed. Detonates all star rings on the field when HP reaches 0 in second form. She has lower defense than she has resistance. The star rings didn't seem to be taking much fucking damage at all from physical attacks, so I'm gonna assume I need arch dealers. And if that's the case, a physical effect, Silver Dad's not going to be much use. And believe it or not, Saria is not going to be much use. I want casters. Heavy hitting casters. And that's going to call down to Ifrit and Absinthe, I believe. Because right now those are my 2 heavy hitters. Unless I bring Nightmare with me or Kyobi with me. I don't know, Ifrit would be perfect actually, because those planetary debris can't actually move. Yeah, this looks fine. Actually, yeah, I want you an ultimatum. Because you're going to be moving a lot. So, leaving you drop is not going to be the best plan.
We can take care of ourselves, Professor. You just focus on giving orders. I'm here to help.
Ooh, fuck.
Stay safe, everyone. We're counting on you again today, little apple.
It's just out of reach. Alright. Ooh, fuck, that thing's moving. Where'd you go? There.
私を呼び起こしてくださったのはあなたです。もう後悔の余地はありません。I have to get serious now.
Okay. You're free to right here.
地獄の豪華いつでも行けるぜ。
来い。震え上がる。真の勇敢さを前に。
Hey now. No need to be rude.
繁栄か、あるいは滅びか。
Any orders for me?
押せ。お前の叫びなんて心配しないで。
Okay, those orbs do take a decent bit of arch damage. That's good.
I'll be careful.
Her path? Did her path change?
今すっごく気分がいいの。Professor, how's that? 我慢にも限度があるわ、ドクター。
Let's share it, Dams.
Let's stick Claudia here. Okay, first phase done.
Professor? I'm used to fighting alone.
Shit, I should have moved those orbs when I had the chance. Ooh, that worked out. You bitch. Don't hurt my daughter. Shit, I can't block her because these two are still here. Both my casters are... Okay, we're good. We're set.
Better safe than sorry. 早く。This is the place. Professor?
Fuck you.
Professor? Please get me past that.
Okay. God damn it.
By your command.
Come on, Absinthe. Aha. Okay, Kirsten's gone. All I got left are these two mechs here. That wasn't that hard. That was a lot easier than I thought it was. Why do I feel like there's more to this? Is there a chapter 11? I hope there's not a chapter 11. Stars crash to the ground. And lifts ahead, and pristine white debris scattered all over the floor. What's the matter, Control? You were faster before. Since you weren't able to kill me, I want my counter-offensive. Blink. Stars struck down by Saria refloats, setting off a new trajectory. Christian's finger flicks aside. Saria's legs suddenly feel 1,000 times heavier. Gravity shifted. You just tricked to send Ulysses away. It won't work on me. An animal grows beneath Saria's feet like a pair of heavy-duty boots, holding her in place. And then she begins to move forward, step by step. Instead of refining the way you generate calcium particles, you've simply increased the release speed. The animal you're generating has gotten even more brittle. Hardy resistance isn't enough to cross the finish line. A metal planet shatters the enamel barrier, hitting Saria on her shoulder. Saria does not cease her advance. Happens twice, and then thrice. Saria continues to speed up. Saria, stop. Stop! That's what I said to you. I can tell you about my plans. I know. Then why do you insist on stopping me? There'll be no other victims in this plan. I just wanted to set off some harmless fireworks over the skies of Trimounts. The moment Hammer finishes its job, both the military and Maylander will breathe a sigh of relief. The residents of Trimounts will be momentarily captivated by the spectacle unfolding before them in the sky, but soon enough their focus will be directed towards others, more deserving concerns. Rhine Lab might be the most affected party here. Will lose her control, possibly several directors, and the confidence of powerful Colombian organizations. Then you should have stayed on the ground. Clean up the mess, protect those who might be hurt by this, and carry our Rhine Lab through the crisis. I've always been good at that. You forgot again. I resigned. A long time ago. People like Blake like to call them scientists mad. And we couldn't care any less. But science is supposed to be rational. Kristen, when I first heard the stories of your parents, I thought they shouldn't have seen an ending like that. If they hadn't perished in that accident and had returned before hitting the barrier, he would have brought back incomparably precious data, as well as the possibility of a second attempt. You obviously... I admire their will and determination, but I've never been one to approve of sacrifice, even justified and inevitable. Ferdinand, Nasty, Parvis, they and many others always thought me too conservative. They see me as a stickler for the rules, obstructing all of you. Can a woman like this even be called a scientist? Even I myself have asked the question. You're the most dedicated truth seeker I know. The truth. Truth is the inertia that comes after order. I believe science can bring us truth, and truth can restrain madness, bringing about a better society for everyone. Most Volviers have always been accompanied by an instinctive madness. For as long as we can remember, violence, savagery, we took an extremely long time just to step out of that chaotic darkness. That's what I've been taught ever since I was small. I use reason to control myself and desperately want to confront the madness I see in all of you. But you can't do it. Saria, if you intended to hold on to Rhine Labs by your lonesome, you're sure to be disappointed. Because humanity's thirst for progress is inherently undefeatable. A type of desire, a type of madness. But also a natural instinct, and the fuel that has brought us from this desolate barren lands to where we stand. Which is why I've come here and not for a fight. The heavy stars fall on her like a rock slide, and gravity controls the airflow to howl at her entire body. Calcium crystals crumble from head to toe, but the mountaineer is determined to greet the storm with her own form. Kristen, I almost admitted my own defeat while searching for you, until someone said to me that I should return to the origin. So on my way here, I've been looking back at where we all started. Yes, I dread losing control, but it's not a fear of chaos, but a fear of regression caused by it. So I must progress onward as humanity must, because for us, the trek is far from over. Indeed, to this day, humanity still strives or still lives in the dark. After all, we can't even see through the sky hanging over our heads. The road is long, very, very long. We hold more knowledge than the average bystander, so we must shoulder heavier responsibilities. We should ahead of them, eliminate any dangers, and carefully lead them on the path forward. A real pioneer should be clearing the way for all humanity, instead of jumping headfirst into the abyss, never to return. That is my foundation, and I will stand by it. Caught you. She's weathered the storm. She crosses the galaxy. The final calcium crystals spread from one palm to the back of another, and the metal exoskeleton begins to tremble. The synthetic stars carelessly revolve around the two in unison. Everything else around them has sunk into chaos as a result of their arts colliding and destroying each other. Only the protectors will remain unshaken as the earth. You're always slightly late. Makes me sad. And you're always slightly early. Been waiting long, Calcit? Not really. I thought you'd be next. Like a microcosm of everything that happened in Ursus. I'm sorry. I really am. Sorry? For what? You knew my husband and I were already doomed when we made our decision at the Research Institute. You're not the type to get depressed. No, perhaps you might have even become more depressed in the last century. No, I hold regrets, maybe even remorse towards your story. Not much sorrow. Talking about your daughter. Long doesn't live in the better era that you wish for. An era where hate and violence has been forgotten. Same goes for Lyudmila. Fuck, can't read. Like I said, like a microcosm, Ilia. You and Volnik have an unbreakable bond formed of hatred and blood. A microcosm. I've seen it many times. Futile destruction. Sounds like you're tired. You weren't created to be a savior. You can't level a mountain with a finger, or destroy a city with your eyes. Just what kind of plebeian would hope that you were invincible? Those fools think they could uphold a civilization teetering on the edge of collapse with just violence. There might be some with such a hope. They hope that I can bring them a future. Hope to survive in my country. Hope for a victory under my command. You failed them, because you're just Calcits. Our conversation has yielded no answers. Yes, you've admitted it. You're tired. But why? You're always on the path of avoiding their self-destruction, but the power you hold is just that minuscule. There's no way you can teleport from Victoria to Ursus, or monitor every sarcasm on Terra to see what dangerous witchcraft they're delving into this time. Whatever you do just grows more and more futile. So you're starting to get impatient, right? And especially with... I know. You already know what you're afraid of, yet you're still able to keep yourself from thinking about it. Not letting Theresa and Theresis appear in front of you. Even your subconscious is practically begging for it. Same goes for your own determination, Calcit. You think people will treat you gently, and so that pair of siblings won't talk to you like this. How strange. You were so cold before that I never imagined you would seek the warmth of others. From such a perspective, you really have become weak. Spring is chilly here. I'll catch a cold soon if I stay out any longer. We should go somewhere with a warmer spring. Should we go inside? Sure. Seeing Lilium just makes me sad. Snow? Rare outsider? You heading for the Sacred Mountain? Arkham's as young as you rarely make it up here, but why aren't you continuing your ascent? Legs got frostbite. Sacred Mountain. Are we in Keurig? Keurig? Where's that? Is that where you're from? Wouldn't consider it as such. It's only one of the most spectacular mountains on Terra. I once saw a group of destitute refugees settle and rebuild their lives in that paradise, free of catastrophe. Oh, it must be a beautiful place then. Terra. Sounds so small. Is that where you're from? Yes. I come from Terra. And you? Toward the mountain. We were born with this one goal. Born with it. We frolic among the trees on the mossy plains in our youth, and learn from the rocks, and in our prime, we began climbing the mountain. We did so much groundwork at the foot of the mountain, weaving strands of dawnlight in a rope, or preparing a pair of shoes that won't be contaminated by the darkness of the night. And then we begin climbing the mountain. The road is long and full of obstacles, and we only harvest resources from the valleys. Fortunately for us, the Sacred Mountain is merciful and feeds us with death, so we dedicate our lives to the mountain path in return. Must be an exhausting journey, coming all the way here. Exhausting? No, no, no. Snow does not mourn its melting. It's all from the self-flattering efforts of others. We're just climbers. Is this Keurig before it became Keurig? What is this sacred mountain called? And what should I call you? This mountain is called Time. And us? We're just insignificant lives. Time is such a grand thing, isn't it? You should be well aware of it. Will the mountain change? Has anyone reached the summit? I don't know. What I mean by that is, maybe. Try shouting at the abyss of time. The response you'll receive is a gift from the sacred mountain. Time will not give you an automatic answer, but it will respond. Our predecessors called this response fate. And fate is the echoes of the cries of life. Have you never done this before? Well, seems like there will be a blizzard tonight. I should go prepare dinner and find a place to set up camp. Do you need a place to rest? We can go together, girl. Sure, old man. I'd like to know, what's there to fill your stomach? Perhaps we'll be having to spare, child. Maybe you can finish your prayers before dinner. To your shouting before the blizzard bolts everything from sight. Blots everything from sight. Louder. You will become yourself, Chalsted. Your judgment is rational. For this, I feel sorry. Sorry for what? It's only myself. Because I am your time. I single-handedly caused your distrust towards humanity, your pessimism, your dismay, and your impatience with no way out. However, okay, that needs worked on. However, from her and on her, you saw a responsibility. Out of your tendency to be overly cautious and anxious, you suspect that this feeling is merely a misjudgment caused by your irration. After all, the world is breaking out of your knowledge and control, and the new way, the new you, was only born not long ago. And yet you've considered it many times before. How much easier it would be if you chose to trust them instead. I am your time, Chalsted. You are omnipotent. I can't read. You forget the little details. You are not a chosen savior. You should not be. You're not always right either. Even if you've already made up your mind. You know better than anyone else how limited time is, and there isn't much left. You should try giving up. You choose to trust someone you can believe in. You're not always trusted because you're Chalsted, nor do you become Chalsted because you're trusted. You are the echoes of a valley, water dripping off a cliff. Your responsibility is way beyond what your abilities can bear. And now, at least, there are people to share these responsibilities with. What you have lost and gained in this short period of the past few centuries far exceeds your former days, so long as they were that you could only use for progress and evolution. Last few centuries, goddamn, she's an old hag. Everything is about to end, Chalsted, and you know this. Will you stay your passivity, your pessimism, your apathy? Don't forget your original question. Don't forget the answer that you nearly had. Go on, Amaten. The meaning of your existence is more than yourself. Let's stop here. Indeed. Indeed, this is enough. And the doctor? Calming down elsewhere. I do intend to spend some time with you alone. I have a question for you, Amaten, Chalsted. For the past 10,000 years, have you really lived on this land? Yes, 10,000, goddamn! It seems you've changed quite a lot. We haven't interacted much, but you shouldn't be your current self. What did you choose? I've seen wars lasting several millennia, The rise and coexisting of nations and people growing from their misunderstandings and conflicts. But in the end, they all scatter to the wind, just like the sands of Sargon. And in the blink of an eye, history has already given birth to new children. I've seen the cycle repeat too many times. It's like what self-looms large and weighs heavy, and I'm fully aware that time is running out. And then, I ran into a unique opportunity. I once met 2 Tikaz who were closer than any other creature in the era. The truth of continuing civilization. But now, you are all as fragile as the trash on an asteroid belt. So how can you possibly talk of continuing? Wait, you are saying the Black Crown still remains on Terra? The Lord of Fiends, as the ancient Tikaz called it. Tikaz. Those odd endemic life forms. What a fluke. I had thought it would have been left behind. Black Crown. I just like the shape it takes on the physical plane. A crown leaves a bad taste. A crown points to royalty. This ancient imagery implies power. In this downward trend of collapse, where the misunderstandings over ideology and race push surface civilization towards self-destruction, within an extravagant mirage of peace and unity, the most direct method should be to use those powers to reshape the will of all of the living beings, and fuse them into a singular form. What can a false leader, made of memories, emotions, and knowledge, even achieve? Don't underestimate us. Doctor, are you alright? I just need a breather. Perhaps I've underestimated you. That does not affect the ending already set in stone. You want me to believe that such a tiny piece of heritage is enough to change fate? Heritage is humanity's sole achievement ever since our ancient ancestors learned to use tools and fire. Knowledge, culture, history, so-called civilization is nothing more than that. There will always be a day when the Black Crown will... There will be a day when the Black Crown will no longer belong to Amiya alone. And we will have to fight to survive no matter who the enemy is. You've chosen to fight for Terra. This is what you're decided. This body, this identity, you are different from Kristen and her kind. Your struggles are far from your original intent. Even Rhode Island's reserve op team knows the difference between fighting for themselves and fighting for others. And we've all done our preparations. This great land of terror is where I grew up. I'm an employee of Rhode Island, part of the ship sailing on a land called Terra. Infected is just too trivial a proposition. However, infected, originum. Huh. Then, what about you, Doctor? I'm an employee of Rhode Island, I'm an employee of Rhode Island, I'm an employee of Rhode Island. The middle one has no hesitation. The first one hesitates after the fact, or before the fact, implying that you had to think about it prior. And the last one has hesitation after the fact, meaning that you dot off at the end thinking about something after the fact. I'm thinking way too deep into this because these are all the same answer regardless in the game. But I'm stating that matter-of-factly that I am an employee of Rhode Island. I also have a question for you, Trevor Friston. It has a name? How's your time been in this equally long period of time? The perturbation system has been lifted. Kristen, tell me how to stop the energy accumulation. And where exactly does the energy come from? This will be an extremely long story. Try to crack the Galleria's control panel before I'm done listening. Sorry, you know, the history of this land is far longer than most realize. I believe every generation produces its own skeptics, just like my parents and I. Have our ventures really been completely fruitless? And was there perhaps a more ancient point in time that the skies hanging over us was not as we seek today? I remember that was one of the establishing goals of Rhine Lab scientists. The scientific investigation section. Conventional exploration alone has already provided me with plenty of interesting information. After you left Rhine, I picked up some interests I had previously and tried leaving laboratory. heading to various corners of the world that mankind had scarcely set foot on. The purpose of these journeys was not to observe the sky. Stars are not worth looking at. I came to this conclusion early on after countless calculations. I only wanted to try and find more collaborators. Since the last Lithuanian arts director orb fell short at 500 meters below the barrier, the academic circle in most countries abandoned their research into the thing. So what I've been looking for, a voice that doesn't belong to this era. Like the immortals who rely on original march to escape the shackles of life, with pheromones older than any country. Perhaps even older than those regarded as gods, of being so old that history's forgotten them. Before I set off on my journey, I had no idea what I was going to find. I just felt a calling across time and space, directing me towards that door. And what was inside the door? Everything. I found the answers to all my questions. How we managed to trek across history to make it here. About the land's unexplored secrets, and about the myriad possibilities of our future. But at the same time, I also saw the end of a civilization, and a spirit abandoned by time. This is an interesting story because this... Time is nothing but a vile joke. At the end of the world, when the seas dried up and the rocks rotted away as everything changed, I hid in this grim bunker, repeating a futile act, shouting into the void. My words permeated every moon and space itself, every tunnel and corner of the stars. The universe did not respond to me. I prayed to the pitch black despair for tens of thousands of years, and the only thing I heard in return was reverberations of destruction. Whenever I longed for a survivor's response, the sound of collapse and rays occupied light still lingering among the stars would emerge. It was a black hole of futile effort. My emotions were far beyond what any regular life form would ever experience or empathize with. I often forget sometimes that magic and science both exist in this world. And a lot of times I focus too much on the science end of things, and sometimes I focus too much on the magical end of things. And when they intertwine like they do in this story, it makes my head hurt sometimes. I'm following. I am now. Preserver isn't an AI. Preserver is a being preserved by black magic. And that makes a little bit more sense. But me giving it an AI voice doesn't make any sense anymore. But I'm going to keep going with the AI voice. In the endless silence, all I could hear was the heartbeats of my people growing ever weaker. But their dormant hearts should not have always been beating at all. Nightmares cannot jolt me awake, because it is impossible for me to sleep. I hate myself for having these emotions. I wish I could operate like a pure machine. I hate the other me that assigned me a fate like this. I knew very well. The plan has already concluded. The energy into these sarcophagi was not enough power. Blech. I knew very well the plan had already concluded. The energy in these sarcophagi was not enough to power the next stage of recovery in our plans. Is it an AI? Is it... I'm thinking Soma. It's a brain scan preserved and put into an artificial body. Is that maybe what it is? Something in that regard? Soon after, I was swept into nothingness, endless and numb. So the contact with Kristen offered you a gamble. Since your people could never wake up, you might as well. No. First time I saw that humanoid creature, what I felt was surprise. I've been watching the depths of space far, far away, not what happened on the surface. I noticed the growth of life, but never expected it to knock on my door. We spent a long time talking, though in reality it was no longer than a few months. Kristen fired question after question, as if she was meeting a manifestation of truth. And remarkably, every topic sent her into a long period of reflection and silence, instead of satisfying her thirst for knowledge. She catalyzed an idea, she did not voice it herself. Kristen refused to be the one to execute the plan. Isn't she just using Ryan Lab to achieve her goals? She believes that someday, this land will need a group that can separate themselves from politics and unite as a people. This far-sighted group would have to employ everything at their disposal to build an ark. The pioneers would inevitably face the struggle of understanding, will face division and suffering. But reality is not myth, as Babel has proven. So what is Rhodes Island to you? If you hold no hope for all this. I'm right about that. We can discuss the so-called hope. Kristen's little helpers have already begun fiddling with the sarcophagi technology. I have no qualms with it, but this must mean something important for Terra. Use it well. Kristen's political views are not without a few flaws. Loken's research has effectively been put under control. Cannot possibly trust Columbia as a nation, but there is someone behind the Maylanders Foundation that is worth negotiating with. That is good. And then, tell me, are the deep-sea dwelling Aegir really so different from the civilizations on land? What I can tell you far surpasses whatever Kristen has told you. Indeed, I cannot comprehend why these creatures with bodily structures inadequately suited to survive in the deep sea would establish a civilization in the ocean. But this suggests they depend on some product of the seafloor. The form of their civilization has been distorted by external forces, making them stronger, but also causing problems. Aegir is a settlement that must be united. Regardless of the problem caused by those rampant sea monsters, I believe that's what they're called, Terra cannot leave such a developed nation alone. Considering their approximate geographical location, and if they use what they might have in abundance appropriately, my guess is that Kristen is doing right now might not necessarily out of Aegir's reach. With the strength comes arrogance. Aegir is not so easy to persuade. But fortunately, due to a series of incidents, I've had the good fortune to establish a precious friendship with some Aegir. This will be an impactful breakthrough. Such profound silence, Aegir can no longer remain silent. Scotty, Claudia, Spectre, Sharkwife? Excellent. The March of the Knights Mora basically only exists as a legend in the database of Columbia. No decent historical text to refer to. The legendary event was not, in fact, a falsehood. Then he is indeed an incredible hero. Even if we take an original March, the power source, the fact that such a tyrant, born on Terra thousands of years ago, could achieve such a great feat in a much more primitive environment does inspire wonder. However, the south is already in ruins, so you should look north. Have you been there? Ursus or Sami? Sami? No, even further north. At the end of the endless ice fields. I've tried many times, but I've yet to find anything with the limits of my own abilities. But you know what's over there. I do. So don't ignore the door that lies there. Push it open when you need to, and it will show you a boundless vista. Just pushing that door is already far beyond what most are capable of. And so, it is up to all of you to find a way. The land is very vast, and civilization continues to advance. So surely, there is more than one Kristen. You seem to trust the denizens of this land more than I previously thought. Trust? I hand the tender to you. I've given up on everything on my end. Whether or not you can succeed, nothing can be changed. This is my failure. Trust? Yes. I do not know. Perhaps you just want to see any life form able to converse and interact with one another to continue existing. You know this. Compared with the problems of the distant horizon, there's something that could happen at any moment. War. Even if I look on through the eyes of Columbia, I sense the imminent danger to your world, and the fire that can ignite at any time. It will require preparation. Do what you must, to extinguish the flame, or to let it produce new life. This is your choice to make. Those who are truly able to save the denizens of Terra are always and only themselves. This need for awakening has not changed since the time immemorial, because it is all part of what humanity is. Thank you. The sky is about to be opened, but the barrier will soon heal itself. Perhaps it will take a few days, or months, or years, but the people of Terra will take that limited, voracious scene into their eyes, and will keep the moonlight and the distant planets in their memories. I hope, Kristen hopes, this will be a powerful signal. Signal to herald the next great age. Saria, would you like to gaze at the stars together, just like we did before? We can talk about this after we descend. The starry sky. More precisely, what we gaze at is a barrier, the star pod. There's still 1,000 meters to go. Our current position is already near the limit of humanity's touch. The ionization response is too strong. At this height, the instruments can't operate with all the interference. Control panel is completely useless. I should have known. You have no intention of letting the Galleria Stellaria last much longer. Yes, it just has to last until I break the barrier. The barrier. But we've always been inclined towards the usage of barrier. You're well aware that the shape of it is more than just a barrier, it's par conjecture. It might not even be a barrier at all, but an extremely wide space. It might even lack endpoints. 6,000 meters, what we understand as normal airspace, is actually abnormal. And in that case, breaking was never an option. It can indeed be broken. You've never once doubted it. 6,972 meters. If you fly straight up at this angle, as long as you can soar past that height, the Galleria Stellaria will no longer be disturbed by any ionization reactions. My elbow hurts. That's better. Fine. So you have credible data from the spirit, but this doesn't reduce the danger of exploring the skies at all. No, even if we assume the barrier is enveloping the land, like a membrane, as you say, it means we know less than nothing about the space beyond it. This makes your actions even more hazardous. You could even bring disaster upon this land. I know. People are simply inadequately prepared for this. There will never be an adequate preparation. If there is indeed a calamity looming over us, then humanity is already living under a ticking clock. If that's the case, then we should be even more cautious, right? Sorry, I believe there will come a day when a much more complete exploration team will be formed. And with more data and full support that will enter into the depths of space before our very eyes. This is also the future I hope for. But you yourself are not in this future of yours. True. I'm ill suited to be called a pioneer. On that point, I fully agree with your view. If possible, I would prefer to become a starting point. Just like once, back when I watched the light of those flames burning in the sky. That was the last thing my parents left me. A starting point. Where's the closest escape pod? None left. Those with the capability to execute the return module are already gone. Alright. Then hold on to me. I'll wrap the both of us in calcification. Might not even have a chance of survival, but we can try. Sorry, lower your gaze. What? You're the one who didn't look down this time. Gravity abruptly shifts without warning. Saria feels only space beneath her feet. She did not expect Kristen to set up an emergency escape door at the Galleria Stellaria Center. No, Saria thinks to herself she should have expected it long before. This door is not for the owner of the planetarium. Kristen knew that at the very last moment Saria would come. A sudden change of mass robs Saria of her voice, and she fails to yell out anything at all. She also knows that there is nothing she can grab still stretches her hand out. Starlight and Earth pour into her view, while Kristen only gets further and further away. Saria, you always wanted me to take a good look at the world. Now I have. It is equally beautiful. You will watch it and the people it nurtures in my stead. This I always knew. Just as you have in the past and will in the future. And I'm not the type to lead people on step by step. I'm just a pair of eyes. Even that will peer into the unfamiliar depths of space. No, that's eyes that. Eyes that will peer into the unfamiliar depths of space for all that live on that land. Kristen, I almost see the true starry sky. Probably hasn't changed much from what you told me. In over 10,000 years, me and you, our civilization and yours, on the scale of the universe, we really are insignificantly small. A torrent of energy pounds the accumulating area of this giant airborne construct, and the ring hovering up high looks almost swallowed by the tremendous amount of energy. Immediately afterwards, an even greater amount concentrates at its core. Enough to destroy any massive nomadic city. And this world is just so puny and shallow. How could it even bear it? The light converges and abandons the earth, stabbing upwards into the air. Under the unprecedented energy surge, wave after wave of dazzling ripples emerge on the pitch-black curtain devoid of any life. The false sky is at last rent asunder. Where have I seen this picture before? Ancient twin moons expose their real faces. Tonight, the truth will be perceived by humanity for the very first time. Holy shit. CWST3, I hope that's the last one. A coastal view that one can see anywhere in Iberia. Rubble close by indicates the place may have once been a prosperous village. But now, only a solitary wind chime left hanging on a wall echoes the waves as they hit the shore. La 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 la. I don't know how to fucking make that noise. A wave washes a sea terror onto the beach. No, perhaps it might have followed the wave to dry land. Whatever it was, it didn't seem to have a goal in mind. It merely wanders, looks around, just like its brethren do. It shouldn't have found anything. All it can see while standing in this overgrowth is the endless ocean and the sky. But in the next moment, as if it has a sense of something, it looks towards a certain direction. The never-changing sky is swept by a wave of ripples. Doubtful growling. It looks in that direction, but there is only an endless sky. Soon after, its compatriots arrive, its kin, its we many. all of their eyes look in the same direction. As an attendant apologizes to the proprietor, props up his master, a court musician, and helps him leave the bar. Mein Herr, you shouldn't drink anymore. Don't get in my way. I can't figure out her tunes, so I might as well just drink myself to death. Mein Herr, didn't you draft several pages yesterday? I think the third song is honestly not bad at all. At least you know me well. But 9 will not do. It's not good enough. There's still something missing. A key ingredient. Do you understand? A kind of psychedelic, yet magnificent. An image of madness. Of course, I understand you completely. You're always chasing this kind of work. Oh, mustn't really be drunk. What's wrong? I saw waves streaking across the horizon. Waves? I should take you to a doctor. What is that? Tenant lifts his head towards the sky to see halo-like waves sweeping across the night. This is... Could I have somehow gotten sunken hand intoxicated through the air? Clouds are like waves. The sky is a curtain. That's sehr gut. Darren, go, quick, take me home. No, hand me a pen, quickly. Here, have you found some inspiration? Inspiration? No, what I've discovered is a wellspring. Under the dim streetlights, the musician lies down on the floor on his stomach, writing in frantic pace without a care for his image. His nights, many an artist, slept nary a wink. Victoria. Take a gander at this happy lot. You think the storm is already over and Victoria merely has a little hiccup. Whatever they possess is still intact and will continue to remain as is. How I wish I could share their optimism. Sir, there's something you need to see. What's happened? You're not the sort to be killjoy at a time like this. Seems something's happened in Columbia. Seems. Yes, we are urgently collecting information at the moment. Has our rebellion child again done something incomprehensible with the science and technology they're so overly proud of? It's yet to be determined, but at present I can confirm that this is information you must know. Just how important is this matter that I have to be proactive instead of waiting for you to bring it to me? It is honestly beyond the scope of my abilities. Count realizes the bitter smile on his trusted subordinate's face, and this shifts his originally joking mood to one of surprise. His officer only knows to tell the truth, and this means that something has indeed happened. Court walks to the window and immediately realizes why his subordinate was at a loss for words. That was information physically impossible to be brought before him, but also a reality that no one could ignore. What sort of natural phenomenon is this? We immediately hired experts relevant to this field, and combined with the information from Columbia over the past few days, they've proposed some valuable theories. Site 359 by dossier. Investigation report on the Maylander Foundation. And what are these? Academic papers? A barrier? Tell me the key points of note. This layer of ripples has originated from Columbia and is extremely unnatural. After conducting some simple observations, we believe that the findings align perfectly with the long-forgotten theory in this world of science. The sky above our heads is indeed false. Something's happened, and we know nothing about it. We've already mobilized all our spies in Columbia, and they will soon bring us results. Spare no expense. I want an answer before tomorrow morning to bring to the Duke of Normandy. Yes, sir. My lord, I would like to introduce my distant nephew to you. Tonight's banquet ends here and now. The Count needs his peace and quiet now, so please return home, Viscount. Very well. The Count looks at the distant sky without saying a word. Tonight, conspiracies hatch in alleys while countless politicians toss and turn in their beds. Warning. Energy overload. Energy overload. Shockwaves from the energy surplus have impacted the entirety of Hammer. Secondary disengagement protocol acceleration complete. All secondary cabins, mounting devices, and external energy lines have been separated from the Galleria Solaria's main body. All personnel, evacuate via the escape pod and execute return protocol. Repeat. All personnel, evacuate via the escape pod and execute a return protocol. Goddamn weightlessness. Couldn't they have made the escape pod just a bit smaller, not the size of an entire room? Like, get that self-balancing system up and running. We gotta stabilize this room first at the very least. My bones are about to shatter from being tossed around like marbles in a box. I know, I'm working on it. I hate manually disengaging lock mechanisms so much. Especially in a time like these. Alright, it's stable. Now to check the return protocol. The drogue and pilot parachutes have been launched. Landing trajectory is on auto adjust. If you look up, there's still time to bid your farewell to control. Hey, Bullet, look at the corridor. Isn't that Director Ulysses? Director Ulysses, get in quick, there's still seats. You should have clearance to enter. This is the escape pod? This escape pod has existed since the very beginning of Arc 1's design phase, and we ran several rounds of navigation and pressure tests before, so don't worry. You're Claude, right? I remember you. You've always been in components control for many, many years. Before Hammer took flight, Kristen disbanded the Ryan Lab components control section. Last job she assigned us was to assist the energy charging and focusing. All calibration, maintenance, and security tasks have already been completed. When we return to the ground, we'll all get new contracts, leave Ryan, and leave tri-mounts. Oh, right. What's this? Oh, what's this? A remote sensor recorder. It provides real-time feedback from the biological data of the Barbarian. Control said it would be helpful to you, so I was going to send it over to Ecological once I got back on the ground. The data was just updated. I'm really sorry. Wait, don't tell me right away. Not so fast. This is... How many years did it take? Go. In a short span of time after Galleria Stellaria broke through the barrier, the death rate of the 753 plants has exceeded 90%. The rest aren't expected to survive. Kristen, what exactly does it look like beyond the star pod? You're fully aware of sharing the same possible fate, and yet you're unwilling to call off your trip. You've kept your promise to us all, but did you plan on traveling solo from the very beginning? Then, Zarya, Wait, the acceleration is still increasing. Our descent speed hasn't slowed down at all. We're falling even faster than before. What's going on, Bullet? Shockwave from the energy overload must have messed with the return protocol. I can't reverse it. Both parachutes have failed and the self-balancing system is about to malfunction. Wait, isn't this equipped with the gravity released related original arch module? Find the arch unit quickly. Right. But the current high temps and energy shock from earlier fried a third of the modules. Current height, 3,454.7 meters. There's no stopping it. I hate not being able to jump out of the pod right now to enlighten it. Heat insulation layer. Speed's too fast and the escape pod's layer is about to burn through completely. The damage rate's 60%. The ball is deforming. It'll disintegrate at this rate. Bullet? Son of a bitch, couldn't you have passed out after installing the arch unit? How can this be? All return to ground structures have gone through several rounds of testing. There's no simulation that can reproduce a passenger cabin returning to the ground from maximum height. Science requires first-hand verification, and that's what we're doing now. We should head to the inner cabin ASAP. Seats are cushioned, and there's oxygen mask. We might just... At this rate, we'll hit the ground in a minute. No one's gonna survive. Shit, I don't even have time to record a final video message. Are there people waiting for you? Tremendous centrifugal force throws Claude against the corridor's bulkhead. His face is pressed against the glass, and he sees a small, shiny spike. No, it's a person. A figure, tightly bound in thick layers of calcium. He confirms what he's seeing, but this means that the opposite figure is falling at the same speed as them, and maybe even faster. Director Saria? She's probably passed out. At such a height, the thickest calcium becomes a fragile layer of eggshell. She herself doesn't even thicker than... yeah. And she herself doesn't even thicker than it. Damn it. Water. A vast body of water. Water seeps from the escape pod's bulkhead, stretches in midair like a living organism. The escape pod is falling at high speed, and a large river of water is being towed by gravity and vaporizing. Several thick walls still manage to form in the direction Saria is falling. It feels like he's seeing a lake without a shore or a lake bed. He looks at it from the bottom, and the waves are folding in layers as they sway over his head. If he wasn't currently busy trying to save himself, he feels as if he must follow and learn from the Ursa's poets on how to look for the right words to describe the scene in front of him. Water also rises in the cabin, and he's pushed back into the interior. Director Ulysses, you're... melting? Sorry, I guess you did end up fighting Kristen after all. So even you couldn't stop her. In the end, we couldn't do anything. These water barriers can give you somewhat of a buffer, so if you can, I hope you live. Shucks, I probably look really ugly like this. If I could go back and had this level of determination to pump all the water out of me like right now, could I have changed a lot of things? The water gently envelops everything in its body. All components control employees. Prepare for impact. Hold your breath. It's easy to choke when you submerge in water. Go and meet the people waiting for you. I hope that's not the real Ulysses. It can't be, because we got her as an operator, which means she survives. The first New Year's Eve after the founding of Rhine Lab. Before the show ended, did they actually dance together? A dance of three? She's kind of forgotten. That was loud. Saria, what did you see? Just the sky. That's right, the sky. I sat on the stump as a kid, watching my parents test flight after flight from the hill in front of us. Later, they brought me along. After they died, I never came back here. Until now. You're the first. And that's why you hate the sky. If I were 10 now, having just witnessed everyone's reaction to their death, and just finished going through their belongings, I would tell you yes. But that's not my current answer in mind. Worries, pressure, questions, derision, and bills from corporate and government sectors. These factors didn't hold my parents back, so they're not even worth mentioning. All the way, my parents staunchly advanced towards their goals. And they only lost themselves in the end. The journey is destined to end prematurely, and I too will willingly die on the way there. Don't say something that ominous. Can I succeed? I don't know. But I'm set on doing it. I inherited everything from my parents, and I've even gone further than they did. Kristen. Sorry, I'm not asking anything from you. I'm just sharing some past events with my best friend. I understand. So, any thoughts? Weren't you merely sharing your story? Oh, you're such a burden beast. Say something at least. The sky is really beautiful. She knows that no one has ever seen the view at such a high altitude from a position that The Galleria Stellaria is getting further and further away from her. But she cannot open her eyes. She's falling at high speed. Wind howls, scraping against her face like a knife. And the cold, thin air rushes into her nasal cavities, making breathing difficult. Raw calcium accumulates in a frenzy, forming a thick crystalline layer around her body, so as to prevent her dying from the violent air friction. She cannot do anything about the impact when she lands. It was already over. The vertigo from weightlessness hits her, and no matter how hard she resists, she loses consciousness. Falling thousands of meters from the sky obviously only takes a few minutes. Why is it taking so long to experience death? She vaguely senses herself falling onto the surface of water, speed somewhat slowing down, and afterwards, amidst a burst of mechanical buzzing, it feels as if she's fallen into clouds again. How soft it was. Saria. Saria. It sounds like someone is calling to her. A familiar voice. Don't say anything yet. Eye movement response normal. Should be local internal bleeding, but cardiopulmonary functions are normal. The impact caused multiple external injuries. Slightly torn flexor tendon in the left leg. Applied temporary treatment on the affected area. Fortunately, there isn't any serious damage to your bodily functions, but when you return to Tri-Mounts, you need to undergo a comprehensive medical exam. Sorry, do you have a headache? I am fine. Good. Trust your drone. And these air cushions. It's fine. Where's Ifrit? Is she not with you? She joined the search and rescue efforts too, so she should be nearby. Let's go meet up with her. Can you stand? Come, I'll help you up. Silence. Thanks. The clouds have parted. Now we can get a more clear view of the sky. Yes, the sky really is beautiful. Are you not going to ask your question? Ask what? What happened to the Galleria Stellaria? Would you tell me? I'll need some time. Then, do you want to know? Know what? What happened down here? When you went to stop Kristen? Will you tell me? I will. I need to know everything. Likewise, Saria, I need you to be fully informed. To be better prepared. This is the only way we can ensure that we won't make any missteps on the road ahead of us. Sounds like you already have an idea. Hold on to my shoulder. The road is hard to walk and I have no way of lifting you up completely, so we have to go together. Claude, Benji, Johan, Bullet. Escape pod makes a deep hole in the ground and the hatch flies out, smashing a boulder into pieces. The inner cabin has completely warped, the infrastructure and equipment looking as if they were wrung out by a pair of hands. I'm over here. What a relief, you're alright. I'm alive? Wasn't the escape pod malfunctioning? We dropped an altitude of over 5,000 meters and we're still alive. Easy on the hug. It hurts. It seems like those arch modules managed to help us decelerate a little after all. Don't get cocky now, Bullet. You know, you're the luckiest one out of all of us here. Getting your head on the console and passing out in the most critical moment. And then waking up just as we land safely. Must have been Annie's prayers working for you, huh? Aren't you guys getting married next year? Hey, why do I feel like I drowned earlier? And all of you are soaking wet too. How was the pod landed in a lake? So what even happened? Have you guys seen Director Ulysses? Water is still flowing out of the bulkhead connected to the escape pod. There's no mud in the area. Night breeze will soon dry up the earth. Cal. Dame Calstitz. I must admit that we are alike. I never know how to pronounce that. Is it Dame or is it Dame? My empathy with Dr. Lost Emotions merely comes from an emotional module that is yet to be erased even after these tens of thousands of years. I am not Tristan himself, merely a tool that was made. But you are of more flesh and blood than I am, with more freedom. This makes me feel a little envious. Any words of comfort will sound like I'm belittling your mission, Tristan. I'm glad to have a life like this, and not just this one. I'm glad that I'm not just a simple machine. I've already been searching for this original answer from the very moment I began my walk in the dust disappointment. I've experienced more direct losses than you have. I can also say that I have gained even more in return. Everything here had yet to happen. You might even have been able to travel through the land currently known as Terra. Just like Dr. Lost did once. There's a chance I'll be happy to take it. I have a request. You're the only one who knows how to operate the system, so I would like you to erase these twisted data spannings. 4,700,365,403 days. Keep only my emotions and original memories. Let me die as Trevor Friston, even if I can only die as a replica. I understand your decision, but this process will take a lot of time, and you will gradually slide into despair in the process. Yeah. This is too cruel a fate for you. I wish to face the skies that were once free, but not as a lofty judge in an ivory tower, nor as a ghost. At least, let me face remorse and guilt I have as a person from sending my compatriots to their doom with my own hands. Let me at the very least see from a purest perspective how you will face the future. To think of that sky, this is my final wish. You don't have to blame yourself. Thank you. You might call this arrogance, but I must say this nonetheless. The weight of life, the weight of civilization, you can't possibly even begin to imagine how heavy it is right now. No one has the capability to decide for others what the value of their lives are. This belongs to the past, so I will not go too deep into it. Please remember this, Dr. Lost. Sooner or later, this will sooner or later become a multiple choice question about the present, and will be extremely important to you. But presently, I'll say this again. Thank you. This is the final thing I can say. Go, Calstit. I've already granted all privileges. Let me meet my end as a person. I respect your decision. Please wait just a moment. Is there no other choice? Doctor. The doctor that knows nothing. I don't know how much you know, how much Calstit has told you, but now, before I lose all this data, let me answer your question. Christian also asked me innumerable questions and I answered all of them. And if it was necessary, I even showed her the answers. After witnessing everything with her own eyes, she did not lose herself. Her ideals did not even waver the slightest, and she did not see her own existence as inferior thereafter. I admit I admire that character of hers, and so to be fair, I will also treat you the same, Dr. Lost. Perhaps this personality obsession is also a present from Trevor Friston. Who is Priestess, and what is Originum? These two questions are not as different as you might imagine. Originum. Even if you've lost your memories, even if you've just learned it far exceeds the categories of the infected, catastrophes or arts, you are still keenly aware of how important Originum is. That is the way to go. Calstit knows some answers, but I think she won't be able to tell you. Priestess will not allow her to. This restriction is carved into the depths of her original consciousness, and even death will not free her from these shackles. So I should really tell you that. Should I really tell you the answer? Perhaps Calcit is afraid the truth might loosen your memories and turn the tables on your hard-earned development. Though I believe you have already done some preparation on your end. I can give you the answer, but not in its entirety. I don't even know what your past was like. My birth is an isolation from the outside. Yeah, from what my birth is an isolation from the outside world what happened far earlier than you think. Originum was just one of the many innumerable answers. Originum means unification. Originum means another state of existence. Like the ocean of Solaris where everything exists with disorder. Oh yes, you've yet to even realize this contradiction of it all. So far, Rhodes Island has been working towards curing Earthy and solving the problems of the infected. Though you've also involved yourself in outsider matters due to Calcit and Theresa's ideals. However, you, in the name of Rhodes Island, fight against Originum. This is the root of everything. I do not know what decisions Priestess made in the end. It seems that Calcit, with all the lives born on this land, with free will, has no way to peacefully coexist with Originum. Originum can benefit humanity, but it can also destroy everything, just like the frenzied creatures in the ocean and the endlessly expanding rift in the north. Priestess is the starting point of that madness, and you were once extremely close to her. So we can cure Heripathy. I'm incapable of guiding your next steps. Strictly speaking, Originum, in just its current form, has already exceeded my understanding of it. Heripathy is not something that was carefully planned and produced. In your current situation, curing it is difficult. But there may be other ways you can stop or use it. Your past with Priestess seems to be Calcit's greatest taboo. And I don't even have the full picture. According to my hypotheses, your appearance, participation, and amnesia, they are not without purpose. You have to find your own answers. Don't blame me for being so cryptic with my words, but sooner or later, you will face the truth of the past. You will understand Calcit's thoughtful intentions. Stay patient. Stay true to yourself. Doctor, Calcit, you've already taken a huge step forward. But turn your head and look at what we faced. Victoria, Columbia, the infected are still being discriminated against, and the flames of war might just spark in any place on Terra at any time. We still have much to do. There will be more and more layers of crisis in the future, and the current situation will become even more worrisome. We'll fight together, right? You're the commander of Rhodes Islands, the Doctor Mia trusts. We will find a way. I'm delighted to have met you both in my final moments. I can already feel some data slipping away. I might even forget our conversation in just a few seconds. Having lost the support of your database, your emotional module will once again re-experience the loneliness of the past dozen millennia. No one knows what the consequences will be to compress all those years of emotion into just a few minutes. I will destroy this bunker before the energy is depleted. You will need to escape in time. Thank you both. Drowsy. Unnatural sounds. Do you remember me? You, a living creature, here. You must... Wait. Why is it so dark here? I'm in... Too long. Too dark. No. No. Still the 173,005th attempt. And the next time. Can anyone hear me? Answer. Answer me. Please. Where am I? I can't bear to hear any more of this. I don't know. There's no way for us outsiders to judge if these cries of anguish are memories from his past or the emotional module responding to stress from processing all that compressed emotion. I only feel pity and respect. Calcit, have you experienced this before? I hate this. Damn it. Why must I suffer this torture? Why must it be me? Even if they all come back to life, I myself won't be a living person. Made such a great sacrifice, and yet you've all abandoned me. Who is it? I think that's supposed to be who is it? Who is it that gave me such a duty? It was myself. Why? Is that me? Can I still recall that determination? Doctor, you should stop watching. Leaving now is the final act of respect we can give them. We have to find the exit. Madam, over here. I knew something had happened underground when the cave had collapsed. Let's leave this place first. Is this the man-made passage left behind by Kristen? Yes, I reckon it will lead to the shaft. Only heaven knows why the army never discovered its secret path. Preserver had not shut down its systems. It would have been impossible for you to find this passage. What happened to Huliak? I have her trapped outside, and Maylander will have a nice long chat with her later. Madam, I need to know. There was nothing there other than an old man marching towards death. And as for what those breaths mean, I can only say that they have absolutely nothing to do with Kasdale. I shall try not to pry any further, unless a certain matter prompts me to. Walk this way. We've been at this for 4 hours now. 4 hours? 3 hours. 3.5 hours. I am Trevor Fiston. What has happened? What have I become? Who turned off the lights? I should report that punk to the... I failed, haven't I? After how many years? How many years has it been? Damn tin can. At least he hasn't decided to drain my blood dry yet. Where am I? Who are you? What are you? What are you talking about? Why do you have a tail? And the feathers on your head? It's not an accessory or a weird fashion trend either. Just what sort of place am I in? These are sarcophagi. Hundreds and thousands of them. Kristen, oh Kristen. So this is the god you spoke of. Pretty different from what I imagined. He looks... very sleek. Greetings. If this is indeed the courtyard full of oracles, the destination of charity, can you install in me wings from the blood of the Kulka clan? Can you show me their wind and thunder, their glory soaring in the skies, their magnificent forms? Come to bring in 451 years of obsession from the Kulka clan people, only for your approval and your answer. So that's how it is. I'm starting to understand. My existence is fading away. I'm dying. Well, this sure sounds like something a bastard like me would do. Don't you think it's too stuffy here? A place deemed a destination? It's too stifling. I've hated bunkers ever since I was little. I thought, why not hide within an asteroid belt instead? What will I become? My knowledge, my desires? They disappear into thin air as I gain power. If you would be willing to speak in a language I understand, God. Well, I have no idea what kind of creature you are. I don't even know what the sounds you're making mean. But in a dying old man's final vision, you are on the true path, yes. I so badly want to see her one more time, my morning light. An icy wind blows over Huliak without trace of any dust. In the blink of an eye, you find yourself in the wilderness. Hallucination? Arts? What kind of original arts is this? This is how that crazy god has given her his answer. Uliak looks around in all directions and does not find anything matching what she had in mind. She only sees a pair of father and daughter playing by the water, and the girl is sporting a long, familiar lock of pale gold. A girl who looks a lot like Kristen. Uliak waits patiently. She expects this boring and realistic scene to change, but nothing happens. She's devout enough. Nothing in front of her changes. So what does this actually all mean? Please don't waste my time. There is no response. Uliak is starting to feel weary. She tries to get closer to the pair, but to no avail, failing to identify their faces. Until the father picks his daughter up, and they look towards the sky. Only now does Uliak discover, in the view she has gotten too familiar with, there's something not even Kristen's wildest description had mentioned. She sees a gigantic, enormous moon. For just a moment. The ground under her feet no longer feels real. The surrounding temperature seems to rise. Uliak stares right at the instrument, and a fluid glimpse leaves her no room to think. But a preposterous thought appears in her mind. Was that Terra? What was that just now? What did you do? Is it arts? No, it's a pheromone power, or witchcraft like the Tin Man's. Silence. Uliak is completely unaware that she is the only one who has left that beautiful dreamland. This is what Kristen saw, and what she said was completely right. Kristen Wright, you really do invite jealousy. This is the enlightenment that your god has left me. How cruel of you all, denying me my pursuits my entire life, from my birth till now. After denying everything, God has fallen silent. No, I don't approve. I won't allow it. You can't die just yet. So you failed to stop Kristen. I already know what's happened up there. I almost forgot we came here to stop her. I'm very sorry about that. I need to formally enter negotiations with the Maylander Foundation. I'll explain later. I'm also very curious to know what exactly has happened in Trimounts. We're almost there. Remember, Damekausitz, the moment we arrive at the shaft, we are no longer simple collaborators. If you do not cooperate with us, I will have to resort to force. As you wish. What's with all the tension? If I kill this tin can again, I'll still learn a little something. When did you... Shouldn't the other agents have caught you by now? That's not important. But I think it's best for none of us to act rashly now. Don't mess this situation up. You're not exactly breathing deeply either. I am real curious, Doctor. The lineage of the Elders, the Kulk clan's source of power. Are these things even considered secrets to you and Kausitz? Don't bother me. How cold. There's something I want to understand. The entire course of my quest has been invaluable. And yet after finding the answer, people only know to sing its praises. If after resolutely trampling on a dry and dull answer, if I wish to continue searching for the future, can I become to find your people? You should first face the charges from the Maylander Foundation. Of course, I won't show up empty-handed. You won't be able to guess what I retrieved from hell. Or staff. What have you done? Unusual arts can store memories. Could it be that you... Perhaps I rescued a god that almost succumbed to dementia, but in the end is not even considered a living being. And it's too difficult for me alone to help it recover. So perhaps you can help me, since you might not want these things to fall into the Columbia's hands. I'm going to drive a wedge between us and the Maylander Foundation. I've already brought it out into the open, and the Tin Man has seen it too. Do you even still have a choice to make? And no matter what you think, Dame Calcit's face already looks like she agrees. Calcit? My guess is you don't have the right to call the shots here, Tin Man. Oh. Reason why you haven't looked into the underground at all yet is because someone above you has already made the decision for you. For that person has enough foresight to guess everything that has been here. Even if the power to make decisions isn't with me right now, I still think killing Huliak to retrieve his legacy is the most reasonable thing to do. About that, your boss should also know just which party has the capabilities to restore him. Snatching Huliak's arch units would only add a gigantic pile of Maylander Historical Association's archaeological discoveries. That one will not allow Maylander to act against Rhodes Island. Your coercing efforts also fall flat, Huliak. You can only hand it over to me, or I will hand you over to the Tin Man. Such a horrid, oppressive feeling. So you've even been keeping this strange thing by your side. It's meaningless to fight here, so let's all return to Trimonts first. After that, we can negotiate in the open. It's right in front of us. We can go up from here. Can this cutscene just end already? There's leave that place. Wait, that thing in the sky. Clear view of the torn sky can be seen through the tunnel leading to the shaft. Kristen. Humanity will reach this step sooner or later. Kristen, I hope you don't bring us disaster in Terra's name. More or less. I see, then your guess was right, madam. I will take my leave for the moment. I'll be outside waiting. Huliak? What? You're leaving already? I didn't expect that bargaining chip in your hand, but this is also your final chance. Hand over the thing you got from below. I'm so very sorry, Tin Man, but I've lost all interest in the Maylander Historical Association's history. Now then, Doctor. Gee, why did you give it to me? Remember the choice you made? We're not on equal standing, madam. An openly honest negotiation may not be in the cards. Why did the Tin Man leave early? Contact Rosemontis ASAPs. We need to be wary of any other surprises. Probably hearing a lot of jingling from my can right now. Huliak, I'm grateful for your choice, but I need you to try and find a different escape route from the direction the Tin Man left. What? I'm not so sure I'll be able to defeat this black plaything of yours. I'm not being wary of you, but rather I want to make sure there's another way out. Gosh, I didn't even sign an employment contract, but I have to start work already. That smile. Rhodes Islands couldn't possibly leave you alone in your own devices the moment you handed over the data to us in front of the Tin Man, could we? What's up ahead? I'm sure you can guess. I suppose I can. I'll find another way up. Do make sure that when we leave here, we're not greeted by an armored division. It's quiet. In the aftermath of those unfathomable energy waves tearing through the skies, the facility that should be full of scientists, soldiers, and workers is now completely empty. You and Calcit travel between these structures without exchanging a single word. There's so much information to go through and so much history. Perhaps only after seeing the smiles of Ifrit and Rosemontis, and hearing some firm words from Saria again, will you only feel at ease. But a discomforting feeling lingers in your mind. Light flashes across the edges of your peripheral vision. Wait, Calcit! What is this on the screen? Nice to meet you too, Dr. of Rhodes Islands, Dame Calcit. We have taken over this facility. Every screen and all surveillance equipment will expose your whereabouts, so please do not attempt escape. On behalf of the Colombian government, I hold on to an ad hoc private meeting with the both of you. This might have happened earlier than you expected, but I just want to get it out with. I won't wait any longer. In the dimly lit building, the light of a large screen flickers a few times. And then a familiar figure appears. The second in command of the fledgling country's leader is in no hurry to speak. He only faces you with that iconic smile of his. You start wondering. You feel some kind of pressure. Soon after, you cannot help yourself from turning your attention onto the pet perched onto his shoulder. Is that the president? It's obviously it's an eternal being, like the Emperor, or fucking what's the bird called that Eunectus has? One of those things. Yep. Mr. President. Vice President does not react. Pet just happens to begin talking. Been a long time, Damakaustitz. How long has it been since we've had a conversation like this? After that little thing you and the Maylander put together? I thought you would be staying in Columbia, but then I blinked and you were in Sargon. And then who knows where else you went after that. It's a shame. If you worked together with Maylander Science herself, with Maylander Celine herself, you could have really done something for Columbia. And then maybe the people wouldn't have needed to wait for a vice president to be born. You wouldn't have come here just to exchange pleasantries, Mr. President. Of course, this is a personal meeting. Where is my father? Father? You're holding on to his ashes, the remnants of his soul. Let me touch him. Never have to meet him, but he is the last thing in this world that has any relation to me. Also PRTS. Your PTR. I want to keep saying PTRS. Your PRTS. We come from the same roots, but now we're drifting apart. I had some words for him. He's gone. Trevor Christian is dead. He's pinned his hope on his land. A world that has absolutely nothing to do with his lonely self. Yes. That's his will, then you'd better leave. I'll respect his feelings. You'll be able to fix his shattered self faster than the Maylander Historical Association can. But remember this. We will collate our wills. We will seize the truth of everything. Columbia will become the sword and shield of Terra, just as he wished. This is the best condolence that I, President of Columbia, Mark Max, can offer to a dying era. So did they vote for the bird? Krista never wanted a tyrant, Max. Monitor, destroy the cameras. Let's go. Fuck. Narcissa. Look how glorious the sky is. My field of research was far from Christian's, but I must admit this. She has achieved a groundbreaking feat that will instill a fascination in every scientist there is. The scientific blueprint I once described to you is now being displayed to every single person in all its glory. Even those who are ignorant can now bask in the light of science. How blessed they are to be born in this era. Will there always be someone like you under every dream as big as this one? What you should be asking is, why must there be people like me to push dreams this big into reality? This question shall haunt you forever. I only know how to judge right from wrong, just like what I'm doing to you right now. Thank you, Narcissa. All my ambitions, dreams, and failures are residing within you, for you to make your judgment. So in the end, I will also give you a gift. As Montes turns her back, sitting in his wheelchair, Lokins has his eyes closed and suddenly passes away. I'm beginning to understand what's going on. You did all these things just to see me, right? You just didn't want to die alone. You want to be remembered by me and live on within me. But no. I came here just to watch you die. Resmontes takes your diary from her pocket and writes a line in it. Criminal Loken Williams received the trial he deserves. She stares at the line for a while before putting the diary away. And now, I've forgotten you. I should go find the doctor in Calstitz. I don't know how to feel about that. That's sad. Shit. Should have bought some cigarettes earlier. I didn't expect you to be discarded so soon, Kokiklin. Surely you know how likable I am. I'm serious. I was ready to fight a legion of power armors to death. And yet this place is so deserted. Even amusement parks on the federal holidays have better security than this. I'd like to know why myself. Perhaps Dama Calstead is skilled in the art of persuasion. So skilled she managed to convince even the mighty president of Columbia Union. We're out. Are you alright, Doctor? I'm fine. Deep breaths. We spent too much time underground. Taking in too much information at once is indeed a burden on you. My apologies, Doctor. I wanted to wait a little longer until you were ready to face him. Respond to all of the doubts and questions you have about yourself. What exactly counts as ready? Dama Calstitz and Dr. Lost, you've managed to get a considerable time extension. I'm serious about getting my work done, Doctor. Perhaps we should kill Mr. Tin Can in here and now. Forget it. It's probably a meaningless act. The President has rescinded the order, which honestly came as a surprise to me. Madam, fix whatever Huliak has handed over to you. Even though I have no idea what it is, or the scope of the damage, Mr. President has given you time. I don't know how long, but when your time's up, we'll definitely retrieve what was lost. Is this a deal? I suppose. After all, you have abided by our previous agreement, and have indeed helped us a lot the past few days. So, in return, you can leave Trimounts safely and return to your landship. As for the doctor, you have already spent 3 days with the Colombian Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Arch Unit, and Originum. And I don't think Rojo Islands would want an updated criminal record. As for Huliak, for the time being, I'll only ask this. Is she currently a collaborator of Rhodes Island? I guess. Rhodes Islands will need her help. Blech. I need to fix that. That's pissing me off. After all, she also made contact with the Truth, so I can't just ignore her. Thank you, Calstitz, Dame Calstitz, and the doctor as well. She's on your reputations now. Well then, goodbye. Alright, you two. We'll go meet with Resmontes Snifrit and then leave Trimounts. Doctor, what are you looking at? Bubbles. Suddenly notice that despite the considerable night breeze present, the mud in front of you holds a tiny pool of bubbles yet to evaporate. Sporadic bubbles meander forward like a series of extremely light footsteps. Yes, bubbles. You look in the distance and discover that the skies of Trimounts and the moment before dawn is full of fragile bubbles. Calstitz, I'm going to look for someone first. Ryan Labs, headquarter building, Vivarium. It was if you just entered the bottom of a lake. There's no one, only a dense, light blue, and the soft sound of water. A huge glass ring divides the entire space into two. Other than the narrow corridor on the outside, the rest of the Vivarium has been entirely flooded like a lake. All the land plants are swaying as if they belong in the water. Recall the vitality of your last visit here, but right now, you can only hear their weak breathing. The bowl floats from the pale fur and is rocked by the current, looking as if it could pop any time and disappear without a trace. Ulysses? You don't have to... did I wake you up? Doctor, why have you come? I'm not here to take you to task. Sorry for betraying you. Right now, there's probably no point in apologizing. Arc 1, Galleria Stellaria, Kristen, everything has already come to an end. The skies of Tri-Mounts have been torn apart. Government, the military, the Maylander Foundation, every party with power here will soon close in to settle things. So you guys should get out of Tri-Mounts fast. I already know what happened up there, so you don't have to say anymore. Don't speak anymore, Ulysses. I pumped out all of the water from my body and expected myself to evaporate. But I only had a short and shallow sleep and didn't even get to finish my dream. I can't even kill myself. Where you came in, I think I was leaving the orphanage in Trenton with a kid version of myself. I think I saw Ulysses crouching next to a pale fir tree, tidying up the grave of my parents and my kin that I've never met. I wanted to reach out and pat her on the shoulders. I think I met a Ulysses who had just left Sami. Her hair was wet from the morning mist, and she wasn't even holding her usual parasol. And it was so cold. Her neck was tucked in and her head was drooping. I've never seen myself so dispirited. Were your people living in the forest of Sami? Yep. When Ryan Lab began their scientific investigation section and started their Sami exploration project, their footprints made it all the way to the ice fields in the remote north. I made a private request to Maggie. When Maggie contacted me, this place had just been built. This tiny vivarium that shouldn't even exist on Terra is an Elvis garden. I found them following the coordinates Maggie sent me. Deep in the forest in the middle of Sami, remote and cold, that bed of soil was locked up by the marsh and ice fields far from civilization. A place you could hardly consider a paradise for elves. I saw a tree towering over the woodland no different from the other people of Sami live in and revere. But after just a few steps forward, I saw the true home of nearly 100 elves. An endless hollow beneath the tree, each thick branch entangling with one another. An anchosphere went into the roots as if it was encased in amber. To think there was such a settlement for elves on Terra. You want to persuade them to leave? No, Doctor, I couldn't even bring myself to ask them. They're not hostile to me, but I had no way of integrating into their society. Not because of my metropolitan fit, but there was something natural separating us. We look similar and face the same struggle. We're clearly alike, and yet we're also complete strangers to one another. We had no way of understanding or communicating with each other, like two waves on completely different frequencies. Doctor, I walked so far and finally found a tiny patch of forest in the endless ice fields of Sami. But I'm not a leaf from a tree. I'm just a drop of water. The elf leans against the pale fir, her hair moving with the topmost branches of the tree to the current. You can't make out her expression, but you still wanted to move the vivarium into the Galleria Stellaria. I needed to hold on to something. But Kristen abandoned me, abandoned everyone, and the so-called future that she left for us. Kristen disbanded the components control section and Saria was thrown out of the Galleria into deep space and almost turned herself into dust. The possibility I was pursuing has also been proven impossible. Dorothy got herself into trouble because of the stuff at Site 359. Ferdinand has thrown himself into the army. And Parvis, the old goat, seems to have died too. I can only reminisce about things that have already turned into bubbles. To me, they were once as precious as fresh air with hardly any iridium dust. It kept me from being so lonely. Doctor, if I was destined to always be alone, and if discovering and resisting this thing called fate still leaves me all alone, does that mean I'll never be able to rid myself of it? You attempt to get closer to Ulysses, but through the glass in the dense lake, she still seems to be far away. I bid farewell to someone before coming here. Who? A friend. So besides Sari and the gang, you knew someone else in Tri-Mounts. From the sound of it, you can't have seen them recently. But they left Tri-Mounts so soon, just after your reunion. I should say that my timing was just right. He was my kin. Kin? Then did they leave Tri-Mounts to go back to your homeland? You know, I was actually really curious about where you came from. I did some investigating any other time I snuck into Rhode Island. I even tried looking for your files, but I found nothing. Is that because it's a secret? Or have you also been trying to find the answers? Just like me? Perhaps. I want to know. When you met your kin, do you still remember what you were feeling then? Did you recognize each other easily? Could you understand each other? Could you provide comfort for each other's suffering? I never thought he would exist. I was unprepared. I understood some of his answers, but my bewilderment only grew. In the end, I only had enough time to see him off. No wonder you look so exhausted, Doctor. You stop moving, and Ulysses looks into your eyes, through the glass, across the still water. So you also get lonely, Dr. Lost. Frequently. Then, have you ever wavered in your resolve? Do you doubt the significance of certain things because of it? Rhode Island, the operators and friends by your side? Person who you forgot, but still have been searching for. And yourself? Doctor, this vivarium will shut down soon, so you should get out of here. Finally find the switch, and the glass layer opens in response. But the lake, without its banks, does not pour out. Every drop of water held by an invisible force. Like a bubble about to pop, and the elf is about to escape into the leaves of the pale fir tree. You step into it. You'll drown. Don't worry about me. I just want to sleep a bit more. A bit longer. Before I came here, I was asked a similar question. My answer was, and is, just as I always have been. Being alone is a type of strength, Ulysses. Even a machine-like person can be submerged in such an emotion. You'll be sad, you'll reminisce, you'll worry. And in the long term, it might not even improve. But it is indeed a kind of power. Every life experience that eventually fades still will hold on some meaning. Remember you said before that you don't like being peppered with questions. But I will still hold out my hand, Ulysses. God damn it, there's more! I'm sure my brother is either giving up on me right now or is pissed off and waiting on me. Or both. I heard the prisons in Max DC have regulations banning any sharp objects, including pens. You're breaking the rules. They don't allow sunglasses either, Blake. Told you not to bother me when we got thrown in here together. Important work that needs doing, and you've stellar record the past few days. So I hope you can keep it up. Damn, I thought you used all the draft paper. Wait, you're still right on the back. Blake, help me out and ask the warden for some more. Some academia will thank you for your contribution. How are you doing? There's no way you think we'll get to live, Ferdinand. Columbia law has never been lenient, so can't you just quietly wait for the end to come? You want to keep busy, why not think about your last meal? Wasted 2 minutes of my time, Blake. Which step was I at? Finding out your last meal. I think you're so funny, huh? No idea just how significant my work is. Over the next century, any researcher arrogantly trying to step into the field of high-energy physics in vain will have to engrave my theories into their minds. Will praise my name, regard me as a king, as a prophet. Death? So what if I die? Just you wait, Kristen. You think you're so amazing? It's Ferdinand Clooney who brought the truth back down to the ground. Idiot. I'm glad to see you so hale and healthy, sir. Of course. It's all thanks to you. A few days ago, I heard some terrible rumors about Tri-Mounts, but that's all in the past. I'm grateful that our Columbia has so many outstanding law enforcement personnel just like you. I hear you're about to be promoted even. Being a state attorney will bring out the best in you. It's honestly nothing compared to your business. Ryan Labs expanded its technological investments and purchased more than a dozen labs in various fields. He used to not care about financial news at all. But now with a friend like you, Justin Jr., I have to do more than just stare at these cast iron railings in a daze like I did before. I'll give you some stock tips. I'm glad to see you taking fate into your own hands. But I did come here on proper business this time. Those two, I got orders from above. Go ahead, Justin Jr. Just as before, it's nice to be working with you. Likewise. I have one more question. Which one did you want out? Just like before, madmen and freaks. You're here, Nasty. An interim meeting notice sent out by the already dissolved Components Control Section. It's only been 2 weeks and they've already reorganized Ryan Labs. Not just Ryan Labs, Vorkocheski, Beachbrella too. Top companies in the city have all received notices and sent their representatives here. Who do you think organized this meeting? We'll know in just a moment. Don't lay your head towards me, I don't want my shoulders to get wet. She wrinkles her brow slightly, and the dead branch-like device around her waist suddenly extends. The moment it touches Mulesses, the other party disappears from sight as if a bubble has just popped. Seems like you recovered quickly enough to have the strength for this little trick of yours, Mulesses. Dehydration isn't a serious thing to me, and it's not difficult to treat either. I mean your mental state. I thought you'd be a complete collapse, hiding in a forest to cry. Friend talked me through it. Told me every life experience that eventually fades away will still hold some meaning. Still as emotional as ever, needing others to soothe you. No, Nasty, I just came down and figured out something I had overlooked before. Person appearing here at your side right now is, of course, the director of Ryan Ecological Section, the youngest and leading authority on ecology in Ryan Lab. And that means Kristen passed on to me the biological data from the Galleria Stellaria's vivarium. None of the 753 plants survived. But before that, they managed to survive past the barrier and not die immediately after breaking through the star pod. It's a height that Terran never imagined life could reach. What a gratifying experiment result. Nasty, I know what your dream is. Sarkaz's promised land could also be in the sky. You must have collected the data encompassing the entire duration of Galleria's launch in the skies, right? Well, I'm standing close enough to that day. Fireworks from the energy sputtering everywhere were very much resembled the sparks generated from the gears of the future turning. So you're saying that's enough to propel you back to the research on many more platforms that will be bigger and more stable? Or does it mean you've already begun? That was the rudimentary prototype of city. No one's ever said anything that nomadic cities could only crawl on the ground. And me, I can fill the city up with life. So now our goals are aligned. To use your words, we're now going the same way. Let's go. The meeting's about to start. Okay. Olivia Silence. Authentication complete. Please proceed. Direct. Saria. Authentication complete. Please proceed. Silence and Saria walked through the long corridor, one after another, neither of them speaking a word, both of them enveloped in quietude. Stopped at the door of the conference room. Saria, ask anything you have on your mind. Are you really ready? I thought you had already thought this through while you were recovering. Science exists to transform society. This I don't doubt one bit. Likewise, I can also confirm the significance of Control's actions. There is no researcher that hasn't been stunned by the terror in the sky. But the real question we actually face is, what now? There's a rip in the sky, and the truth has emerged before everyone's eyes. And there's no reason to ignore its existence. But even if we all raise our heads, it doesn't mean the problems under our feet will simply disappear. In science, once the current understanding of something has been toppled, the pace of progress will not be suspended, but accelerated. Countless constructions have been declared failures, while new fantasies have emerged. Scientists will eagerly tear down every cloud in the sky, and the ordinary people busy living there? And the ordinary people busy living their lives will be soaked by the rain the entire time. This is how reality is, and we can only accept it. It's inevitable to make sacrifices in the pursuit of dreams. We've heard enough phases like these ones. There is no reality impossible to change and no sacrifice justifiable. If most people can only be compelled to choose between dreams and reality, then I must become the bridge between these two. Ethical reviews, capital supervision, project evaluation, I'll tighten the reins of order, I'll use methods all manner of scientists would think pedantic and cumbersome to restrict them all. I'll become a monitor, a buffer zone, a railroad switch. In short, I'm well qualified to be a villain. I will see to it science becomes a clear, incisive look at every one of us. Silence, I don't know exactly how you managed to drum up support enough to change Trimon's scientific and technological communities, but you should know this. No matter the power of the government or Maylander, they chose you not for your worries and zeal. I know, and if our goals are aligned, I'm going to accept it. Silence grabs the door handle, stops suddenly, and turns to look at Saria. Her gaze burns, and for a moment Saria almost wants to run from it. Surely you haven't forgotten, Saria? This is exactly what you wanted to do before? If you're hesitant, if you've given up, then I'll do it. Dozens of eyes focus on her. To be honest, such a feeling of being noticed by everyone is not so pleasant to experience. Silence takes a deep breath and responds to those expressions of surprise, astonishment, and ridicule one by one. After a long moment of time, she steps inside. Hello everyone, my name is Olivia Silence, sponsor of the Trimount Ethics and Scientific Research Joint Declaration. I stand here today because... Thank you, Mr. Chairman. No. Back then I merely provided Miss Penny with an audition opportunity in Wankrood. Surely nothing compared to the help you provided us this time. Yes, that girl is most probably just about to drown in the drool of various company representatives. I do hope she will be able to handle that situation. After all, this will be the new normal for her in the future. Such worries are indeed superfluous. These youths are indeed not lacking courage, and they always run so fast. All we can do is accompany them on their journey. You're absolutely right. I become an old lady who loves to worry. A golf game next month. Sorry, but I don't think I'll be able to join you this time. Yes, Mr. Chairman, I no longer have a reason to remain with Ryan Lab. And besides, I'm well past retirement age. It should be a long and extensive vacation. You're an old hag too? God damn it. So sorry, Miss Jorah, but I've gone the wrong way. I just asked the nearby residents, and if we change direction now, we might still be able to make it to the nearest nomadic city for a pit stop. It's fine. Just continue driving this way. Huh? That would delay your itinerary. I just flipped to the geographical magazine in this car, and if we continue this way for 10 more kilometers, there should be a winery up ahead. Magazine says the wines there have an exceptional texture. Winery insists on a limited supply to only specific distributors, and for decades has refused to expand the scale of their vineyard. So I'm curious. People here have been so antsy lately over that Ryan Lab incident, so I thought you'd want to get out of Trimon's ASAP. No one would give a retiree a hard time. Besides, just look at the wonderful scenery we have here. The wind blows from far away, and Jorah adjusts her glasses, lifting her gaze to the sky. The clouds are moving quickly, and a single star faintly appears amidst the twilight. The sky appears as lofty as ever. After a long time, she gently waves her hand. The driver thinks she was calling him, and quickly opens the door for her. Safe travels. Let's go. Fuck. How's she still alive? Galleria Stellaria service cabin shutting down. Galleria Stellaria observation bridge shutting down. Galleria Stellaria Vibarium shutting down. "5 days, 8 hours, 43 minutes according to Terra's time. After breaking through the barrier, the Galleria is persisting beyond my expectations. Not long after, these cabins condensing the most advanced science and technology on Terra will be reduced to dust. Galleria Stellaria was never equipped with the technology and conditions required for interstellar travel. I still remember Friston scoffing at Nasty's plans when she handed them over. And now, we'll lie down on the life support hibernation pod that Loken developed. I could never simulate the actual environment back on the ground, so I'm not exactly sure how long I could survive. Galleria Stellaria Planetarium shutting down. The entire Galleria Stellaria has shut down. Life support hibernation pod will activate in 5 minutes. Please be seated at once. The universe. First time I learned of this concept from Friston, I had no way of envisioning how encompassing, boundless, magnificent, beautiful, and touching it could be. It stretches past our horizons, exceeding what we have constructed with our barren imaginations, beyond what words can describe. Pity I can only record my words as an audio file. From what I can see through this boundless curtain that has made it difficult to discern any colors, our Terra is surrounded by stardust, with no fulcrum or rope supporting it as it rotates on its own by itself. Stars blend into one another, and any measure of distance, size, or shape is meaningless. This universe is so deep that it makes you speechless, makes you feel a deep sense of awe. As I observed with such naked eye, the stars look similar to Terra. These were once in our visions, more decorations dotting the night sky, but they share the same existence as us. Perhaps life also exists on them, the same flames of love and hate, terrible disasters, grand plans on romance, as well as mundane struggles and persistence, on stage over and over again. Their history written by the creation and destruction of their civilizations with innumerable magnificent miracles, names that shine, and bloated titles added onto the footnotes before they all return to dust. Do they know a universe exists? And are they our enemies or neighbors we can get along with? If it's possible, perhaps everyone should try to understand us from this position, to understand this land, sky, and sea we rely on to live. To understand where exactly we are in the history of humanity, and where exactly that entire history belongs in the universe. Only then will we be qualified to consider what direction to head in. Life support hibernation pod will close in 1 minute. Please be seated immediately. Repeat. The life support hibernation pod will close in 1 minute. Please be seated immediately. Pre-hibernation record. Vital signs are normal. Emotions are relatively stable. It is truly gratifying to see all the plants are here still alive. Pity that Ulysses has no way to obtain these data. Though Kristen's entire life, there has only been 2 times where she truly felt alive. First time, Saria, when I brought you back to my hometown. On that hillside when I told you about the beginning of everything. The second time is now, as I've just realized mine and my parents' dreams. Whatever happens next is merely the start of a continuation. On a clear night, find a spot with a wide open view and set up a telescope. There will be a signal star twinkling for you in the sky. Well then, good night, Terra. Good night, universe. If, in a century or a millennium, our descendants walk among the stars, the masses will sing her praises. Who are you? A guardian lacking any purpose, watching over our kin, brothers and compatriots who will never wake up. What are these? Life support devices far beyond what your comprehension. They do not rely on the originum you are familiar with, but tens of thousands of years is enough to wear them down to nothing. Now they are merely coffins for the deceased, just like the olden days. Why do you seem so close to humanity? In our darkest days, it was only humanity's nature. It was only human nature that let us avert a much more complete destruction, though this means nothing but endless torment for me. Is the sky false? Not exactly. A barrier makes Terra incapable of charging towards the stars. Light has been distorted accordingly, preventing people from ever understanding the true implications of the world. Only the stars are beyond any doubt. They exist. What does the universe look like? Interesting question. When any creature capable of capturing light turns its head to the sky, it will be subdued by an endless ocean of stars. Anonymous, magnificent, beautiful. But in my eyes, the void merely means ruin and a chilling desolation. Are the stars just like Terra? No. Terra is rather small compared to them. Human stars tens of millions times larger than Terra. A star like star number 4 would completely disappear into that gigantic black hole of a Zodiac nebula. And the satellite arrays outside Talos can even manipulate geographical properties of a planet like this. Why do the Sancta have halos and wings? An icy chain of command gives them an identity. It's dangerous to start a machine lacking self-awareness in the name of God. To fulfill a mission you cannot even understand. You ever seen a burden beast? Creatures known to you as burden beasts have not changed too drastically in the course of evolution. Their tenacity is as durable as their planet itself. People should treat them with more humility and respect. What is it like to travel by sea? I can only tell you what a simulation feels like. Flying across the ocean of a planet is just like wrapping yourself in a blue silk scarf, and yet the bright blue is always fleeting. Kristen, say your piece. If you know all of this, do you still intend on gambling with your life to tear open the sky? Terra is ill-prepared, and your death will be without meaning or reason. Let me ask you a final question to serve as my answer. Ask your question. Our careers, cities, homes, arts, those are cruel history. Suffering, war, catastrophes, and the arrogance that destroys everything. Trends of thoughts and ideals, greatness granted by others and equally scripted from birth. Civilization born on this tiny patch of wilderness and everything that we have ever loved without compare. What do they inevitably mean? And what is it that life ultimately seeks? Fuck! Okay. Fucking finally. We're calling it here. 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 I'm going to end the stream. I may stream some of this later on. If I have time in the coming days. How many days I have left? 10 days remaining. I'm going to probably do the EX stages on my own. Probably do some of these on my own in the next 10 days. If I have time, I might stream them. We'll see. But I can't be certain. Anyway, that'll be it for your Arknights tonight. Oh, that was a fucking mouthful. Well, whether or not I stream, I am going to be jumping into PUBG with my brother and the area group of dumbasses. As such, thank you guys for watching. If I come back in a minute or two in PUBG, you know what to expect. See ya.